Welcome back to Paris on day 2 of the Paralympic Games. Now, the City of Light may be under a slightly grey ashen sky today, but this city looks good in any weather, as does the Taekwondo venue at Paris 2024 as well. Down there somewhere, we're going to zoom over to the Grand Palais. And here's what's coming up in the Para-Taekwondo session today. We start with the Repechage categories, and this gives a chance for those who lost their quarter-final to fight through to a bronze medal. After that, it's the semi-finals, which will come thick and fast from the main draw, followed by the medal matches later on tonight. Now, in Para-Taekwondo, there's just one classification class. It's the K44 class for athletes with a disability in one or both of their upper limbs or the absence of part of their arms. And it's a sport which is only in its second edition at the Paralympic Games as well. And our Taekwondo expert, John Cullen, is alongside me. And John, can you chart the rise of this sport within the Paralympic movement for us?
Yeah, it's an absolute obvious demonstrable rise in terms of participation. 36 nations in Tokyo, now 52 different nations here. Started off with 70 athletes in 8 categories, now 121 athletes, including 2 from the refugee team. So in terms of being able to mark that rise, we also mark the rise of the curtain as we go through the coup de baton process here. 3 big strikes, and I'm sure the athletes will be looking for just the same.
Coolly done, and everyone's attention drawn to what's about to happen next out on the stage.
Our first match is the men's minus 63 kilogram repechage fight.
So we get going with the repechages, and it's under 63 kilograms that we begin at. Israel's Adnan Milad and Saeed Sadiganipur of the Islamic Republic of Iran are the 2 athletes slated to contest this repechage. But we know that we've had a packed schedule already today, and some injuries have befallen some of the athletes en route here. So this first matchup will be a formality and a withdrawal leading to passage through to a bronze medal contest straight away.
Yeah, and if you're the beneficiary of that, you're delighted. If you're the person that's befallen the injury, of course, that's the nature of it. It's a full contact combat sport. Bumps and bruises happen. But if you get the chance to make it through unscathed and you're straight into that bronze medal final, so to speak, good news.
Well, the friges on the heads of those fans around the stadium. It's proved one of the most popular items to purchase in the mega store is the frige, the French bonnet on top of your head and the 2 legs dangling down. French flags, well, they're always flying, no matter whether there's French interest or not, no matter the arena. But when there is, as there is today, with the likes of Sophie Caverzan to come, as well as Jelika Diallo, then the French with runners in the game for this second day of medals in the Para-Taekwondo arena. And what an arena. And if you've seen some of the photos of this competition already, or perhaps you watched some of the Olympic coverage as well, where Taekwondo was situated here, and I dare say the fencing going back to that as well, it is the most dramatic backdrop for a combat sport. There's an element of theatre, we've already seen some of that today. There's an element of the grandiose, of the artistic, and Taekwondo is an art in itself, the art of kicking and punching, and it's going to hold our attention as well as any of the Paris fashion shows that have taken place here through the years, and that will be taking place here as well once this is fully open to the public again after its renovation over the last few years. We're getting a sneak peek, as are the referees, and they're taking their place.
In blue, representing Israel, Adnan Milad.
So Adnan Milad of Israel, a man who picked up the bronze medal at the European Championships earlier this year. He's done it before as well to win a silver medal at the Europeans.
Silver medalist at the 2023 European Para Championships.
He's going to have a chance, a big chance here in Paris of adding another medal to the kit bag for Adnan Milad, because he's going to go through by default. He was meant to be up against Saeed Sadiganipur.
I was enjoying there. Obviously, that's not Hector. That is our very own Norad Esat Hosni from Egypt. But the coach was saying, take your gum shield, you'll need your gum shield. And he went, no, it's okay, I don't need it for this one. So no big blows landed, but a big blow, of course, for Saeed Sadiganipur of Iran. Of course, wish him a quick recovery. But now for Israel, that's a big chance in that semi-final.
Yeah, indeed it will be. And John, that ability for Adnan to now have had a rest, not have had to fight, presumably it's a positive, but someone as a fighter yourself, how do you see it when you're the one who's denied, I guess, some form of exercise, of tune-up?
At this stage, this is a big-time positive. If it's the first match in the day, you can feel a little bit rough and a little bit out of sorts, but once you've been on the mat, you've felt your way through it, and then they say, right, you've got one less fight now to go for a medal. It's nothing but good news for Adnan Milad, especially when his teammate took the gold yesterday, so they'll be used to navigating their way to the final.
Wow, Asaf, yeah, sure, bringing the house down with that victory.
It's time now to introduce our DJ.
Yeah, we had one withdrawal from our first match, but it does mean we have a little bit of time to get some music and get it banging in the Grand Palais. Please make some noise for DJ Kjaer.
Welcome, bienvenue, DJ Kjaer. Et si vous tapiez dans vos mains dans le rythme, tout le monde. Tap, 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 tap. Ça, c'est une ambiance Paris 2024. Wow! Lorsque vous vous voyez à l'écran, on veut vous voir danser. Vous êtes à l'écran, vous êtes des stars aujourd'hui.
If you see yourself on the big screen, have a boogie, do some dancing, show us your flags. Make the most of your time on the big screen.
Profitez de votre présence sur nos écrans géants. Montrez-nous comme vous dansez bien. Let's go dancing. Woo. Comme ça, comme ça. Excellent. Et toujours au cap dans les mains, on continue. Clap, clap, clap. C'est bien, c'est bien. Pourquoi vous ne dansez pas? Dansez, dansez, dansez. Oui. Comme ça. Tout sera parfait pour vivre ensemble des matchs de folie à l'occasion de Paris 2024. Alors on continue, on fait la fête ensemble tout au long de cette grande soirée qui nous attend. Profitez bien de ce moment exceptionnel. Faites du bruit maintenant.
Of course, Eddie, you know who we have next. It's the French Open. 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 It's the French in our next repechage match.
Et oui, parce que notre prochain match, il a raison Dave, il va beaucoup nous intéresser à nous tous, le public de France. Préparez-vous à accueillir notre athlète. Est-ce que vous êtes prêts? Rendez-vous dans moins d'une minute. Ta, 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 ta.
So coming up is Palais Goverdhan of Nepal and Sophie Caverzan of France.
Minus 57 kilo repechage match.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
En bleu, représentant le Népal.
In blue, representing Nepal, Palais Goverdhan.
C'est sa deuxième participation aux Jeux Paralympiques.
Palais enters the palace once again. Palais Goverdhan of Nepal, 21 years of age. She fought through to be here in Paris via the Asian qualification route, and that was back in March. But she also picked up an Asian Paralympic Games bronze medal last year as well. So she's from the capital, Kathmandu, the oldest continuously inhabited city in the world. And this was her route through. Points gap victory over Morales, and then just 2 points going down in the quarter-final as well. So a chance to then get this train right back on track. But she's up against someone who has the whole of the Grand Palais behind her right now. Sophie Caverzan of France.
One bronze medalist at the 2023 and two-time European Championship medalist, including silver in 2023.
Well, 4 years ago, Sophie Caverzan answered an advert on social media which was advertised as "Become a para-athlete of tomorrow." And she thought, I will, actually. She ended up meeting with a French sporting administrator, and eventually they selected Taekwondo together, and here she is in a repechage, and if she wins it, well, she's going through to fight for a bronze medal at the Paralympic Games, no less.
Yeah, and her trajectory in terms of development to pick up the sport that late, not just in terms of the amount of time, but also late in life, it is not easy, and she's picked up a lot of the skills that's required. So from that club back in Shandong in Toulouse, so she's got nothing to lose now. She's got to go for it. She's shown good quality, consistent improvement, and this is a really evenly matched contest.
So Caverzan of France is in the red, and Palais Goverdhan of Nepal is in the blue. Coming forward goes Goverdhan, swallowed up into the clinch by Caverzan as they look for the first statement, not necessarily the first points in the contest. First 5 minutes is a one-round only situation in para Taekwondo. Affords these two time to work each other out somewhat. Work out how they're fighting on this particular day. And everything about today will be different for both of them. The situation demands it. The location exacerbates that. It's all a bit different today, so the nerves have to be quelled first, and Goverdhan turning any nervous energy she might have into a flurry of kicks. No score yet.
Sophie Caverzan just tends to duck down when she throws that right leg turning kick to the body, so just sitting on her own work at the moment, needs to extend her hip a little bit further just to get that shot in. But that, as you say, Jack, a function of the demands of the day, not just the sport. You've got to see your personality on top of that. And we've seen Palais Goverdhan. She's been to the Paralympics before. She's also fresh from a training camp with the GB team, so she'll be ready for this one.
Still no scores, and the scores in Para Taekwondo 2, 3 or 4 in any one single attack. 2 points for a kick to the trunk, 3 for a back kick to the trunk, and 4 for a spinning kick to the trunk. No headshots allowed in Para Taekwondo. You can punch though, but it's not worth a score. However, using it as part of a combination attack or distraction technique is something we see occasionally. Goes for the back kick attempt. Just slides past Goverdhan. And John, was that partly to do with Goverdhan closing the distance at the right time, or was it a mistimed attempt?
I think this is not just closing the distance at the right time, but also just moving slightly off to the side, seeing it coming. When you're dealing with a shorter fighter, you want them to come to you. If they're standing waiting, you know it's a counter. And most likely, you know it's going to be on the spot counter. So if you just come off the line a little bit, you can anticipate. And she did that well on that occasion. But decent attempt so far from Sophie. She's obviously decided to be patient, to hold the centre and wait. Doesn't want to let the match get away from her early. As Palais Goverdhan, once she gets her confidence up, gets the momentum going, but that's better now. The French fighter wants this fight. She wants the taller fighter to come towards her. Throwing short kicks with shorter legs, a recipe for a problem.
First time out called in the contest. Each camp has one. Play it now to get a breather.
Yeah, Mbar Ndiaye, former Olympian in the French corner, highly experienced. They've got a very strong relationship. We've seen the importance of that for Team France. Because as much as this big crowd and the big atmosphere is important, it's also vital to stay calm and communicate properly. And they've managed to get that just about right here, because as we hear, once you've got that big noise going, it's hard to get the information across.
Back to it we go. Caverzan and Goverdhan into the melee of things. Placing a bronze medal contest is the outcome of this for the victor. That's where they'll be sent later on in this session to prepare for that one.
Palais Goverdhan just trying to keep it at this long distance. She's safer further away. Sophie Caverzan having to kick her way in. That's a dangerous tactic. You've got to move your way in and then kick. So at the moment, in the minor psychological advantage, Sophie Caverzan needs a kick, and that's the same back kick attempted before. That is obviously Sophie's choice, but not quite working out at the moment.
Yeah, both times anticipated well by Goverdhan. John, the defensive side of things in Taekwondo is particularly interesting because it's not always about evasion, it's more about coverage and blocking. You're going to take a lot of shots, even if you're defending very well, but it's about reducing the force of those feet that are coming towards you.
Precisely that, Jack. That's the objective. You either want to be too far away so that they can't catch you, or too close so that there's not enough steam on the shots. And also, crucially in Taekwondo, as we see here, they're in the clinch. You have to kick where the athlete or your opponent is going to be, not where they are. You have to either set them up, as Goverdhan is trying to do here. She's trying to move Sophie Caverzan around so that she walks onto that front leg there. So if you move your opponent round and they're following your movement, then you can attack. And it's worked out well there for Nepal. But you're right, defence, key part of Taekwondo, the art of kicking and punching, but also the art of blocking and moving.
Caverzan pinning Goverdhan up against the edge of the ring, but it's 2 points for Palais Goverdhan. Now she gives one away for Gamjon, a penalty point. That was the pushing.
Yep, that was her pushing in the clinch, and it's also pushing on Sophie Caverzan now because she hasn't had a single scoring kick just yet. The reason for that, she can't get... That's the reason there. She can't get an opportunity to find a static target. And when you are relatively new to the sport, easy to kick a target, but when they're constantly on the move, which is the modus operandi here of the fighter in blue, that's what's making the difference. However, there's going to be a timeout and a possible change of tactics. Also, as we've seen, the Gamjon penalties could come into it because you can move them, bemuse them and confuse them, but you can't do it for too long. The referee eventually will say, right, that's enough, fight.
The decisions taken at the conclusion of this conversation, very, very important for Sophie Caverzan. Chances running out here for the Frenchwoman. Slow motion shots of what you highlighted earlier, John. The moving target just a little too mobile for Sophie Caverzan.
And that's the thing about Taekwondo, there's three phases. There's before the kick, there's the kick itself, and after the kick. Before the kick, the match can be won and lost. After the kick, your points can be won and lost. You need to concentrate.
So Caverzan with potential new directions from her corner for how to get this elusive point, or 2 points, as we enter the last 10 seconds to try and hold this one back. It is Goverdhan who is in the lead by a slender point. 6 seconds remaining. Caverzan is going to come and kick. And here's a video review card, which may as well be played.
In Barendaye, intimating that Palais Goverdhan is being passive and not fighting. I think he might lose the card instantly here. Yep, the card's gone. That's not a legitimate request. Might be a legitimate contention, but the contender now from Nepal, can she hang on in?
Split seconds away. Caverzan shakes her head in frustration. The last chance has gone for Sophie Caverzan and for France. And Palais Goverdhan instead has found a way through. She saw a small opening in the wall of Sophie Caverzan, and she got her 2-point score away and held on with an iron grip.
Through to the bronze medal match. Goverdhan moves on.
And that's just that little bit of experience. She was 5th place before in Tokyo. She knows what it's like to be in the conversation for a medal, and she's kept herself in contention with that, as you say, patient, and by the merest of margins makes it through.
Prochain match dans la catégorie des hommes de moins de 70 kilos.
And next up we have the men's minus 70 kilo.
Men's minus 70 kilos now with Michel Suarez and Juan Diego Garcia.
En bleu, représentant Cuba.
In blue, representing Cuba,
Michel Ernesto Suarez Walker.
Michel Ernesto Suarez of Cuba, 21 years of age. A man who already has a bronze medal to his name from the World Championships.
Mexico, and gold in this year's Pan America qualification.
At last year's Pan American Games in Santiago, he went one better than that as well. Picked up a silver medal then. And this is his route through a real tight one against the Côte d'Ivoire's Biasama Boli. That got his campaign off and running. Here's Juan Diego Garcia of Mexico. Hails from the province of Sinaloa in the northwest of the country. It's right on the Pacific Ocean, but these days he lives in the country's capital, Mexico City, to streamline his training. Three years ago, he won the Paralympic Games title in Tokyo. He beat Mahdi Puranama in the final, and that went with his world title from 2 years before that. Ali Dincer Alaslan of Turkey is in the middle.
And Juan Diego coming back from a very serious ACL injury. He's just had it reconstructed and done again. Fought in June in Korea in the last event in Chuncheon. Took a silver medal. Looked quite good there. Looked good earlier in the day. Missed out by 1 point. And he's going to have to be on his mettle here, because we know that Suarez has got that speed across the mat. He also has the longer legs. But Juan Diego has been doing Taekwondo since he was a very young kid in both the Olympic and Paralympic grouping. So he's made of tough stuff. Defending champ. Back kick almost landing there.
Back kick attempt again. This time it does go through the guard for all three. So the 3-point score for the back kick, involving a 180-degree rotation, so more than the standard 2 points, scored by the Mexican. Gamjon though against, so something on the board for the Cuban.
And there's a little bit of a worrying sign earlier on there. That'll be another Gamjon for stepping out the mat there. Michel Suarez Walker just had a little look round during the middle of the match at the scoreboard. Never a good idea. The scoreboard cannot kick you. Keep your eyes on the guy that can. Yeah, Janet Allegria obviously saying that that shouldn't have been a Gamjon. I think from this vantage point, his right foot was outside of the octagon, but let's see what Paula Ramirez has to say.
Home coach requests invalidation of Gamjon.
So John, by the rule book, it's only 1 foot out of the playing area to concede a gamjom.
Exactly right. So basically gamjoms are penalties. You get 10 of those, you lose the match. And one of them can be for stepping out of the mat, that little octagon there. And the coach from Cuba making sure that Juan Diego was placed back in the position from which he fell foul of that gamjom. So yeah, for stepping out of the mat, for basically avoiding the fight. Any low kicks or any excessive holding or running away, the referee will give you a yellow card. And that is all that Miguel Ernesto has got so far, and that is another one.
So 3 gamjoms to the Cuban, and a back kick from the Mexican, which makes us at 3-all.
It's just a little sign that Juan Diego's not quite at his, obviously, match-sharp best. When you're losing your bearings and where you are in the ring, that's just match practice. You can train, you can prepare, you can rehab, which I know he has done extensively. But time on the field of play is worth much more.
Now we see the punch attempt. So even without that possibility of scoring from it, it was still used. And Cuban proving that he's not someone who's easy to read.
And oftentimes, Jack, we're drawn into this. We're watching punches and kicks and we're talking about points. When you're in there doing it, it's a fight. If someone punches you, you have to think. They're making you think again. They're giving you something else to deal with. And that's the rationale there from the fighter in blue.
Big front kick from the Cuban. Walked into it a touch, did Garcia. Now tries the back kick again. Scores with the trunk for his next score. 5-3.
A bit of a kick low there, but might get away with it. Referee lets it float. But it's been interesting. The back leg turn and kick straight to the body from Juan Diego Garcia. He hasn't used it very often. Used it to good effect there, though. So that element of surprise paying off for the Mexican.
Gamjom against Garcia again for avoiding the fight.
Yeah, that's his 4th one now, so not in any real danger, but every single point that Miguel Suarez Walker has come from a penalty.
Without those gamjoms, we'd be talking about Cuba needing to start to think about chasing this lead down. And certainly we would be now if it was 7-0, but those points have really kept him in this. But a good 2-pointer from Garcia. Goes to the back kick again. Does land it, not with the requisite strength. Then steps out once more. At the halfway mark for gamjoms, if you hit 10 in one single match, you lose it on disqualification. And well, John, you answered the question earlier, really, that it's a case of match practice and just not quite knowing the bearings of where the edge is.
I think it's a lot to do with that, Jack, for sure. It's just that time under tension and the big occasion. And also when you're dealing with a big, tall fighter who's obviously weighed in at minus 70, probably weighing 74, 75 now. Juan Diego came up the way to the 70-kilo mark. So the shots that are landing from Miguel Ernesto Suarez, there's power behind them. They might not be scoring, but they're certainly knocking him around the mat. So he's just struggling to keep himself within the confines. And one of the reasons for that is he's continually countering. We haven't seen him attack yet, so might be advised to try and go first. Janet Allegra has been saying that to him a few times. Go first, you be first. The difficulty with that, though, all 4 people that have any impact on it, they all speak Spanish, so they know exactly what's being said and when.
Juan Diego Garcia leads. The Mexican in the red against the Cuban Michel Suarez in the blue. Double switch of stance from Suarez. Whips that back leg turning kick into the trunk. And you see shots like that from Suarez, despite what we've seen with the Gamjons and stepping out, the quality is ever present.
No question. One of the other benefits of not having head kicks in Paralympic Taekwondo, you can reach in and under with those kicks without the danger of the chopping kick coming down. So it gives the fighters a bit more freedom. And Juan Diego exercising that right here.
Gamjon now for Suarez for striking below the belt. Trunk shot for the Cuban now too. Misses with that attempt and then gets his leg brushed away by Garcia. Comes forward, then tries to create some space for the kick to the trunk. Another Gamjon.
It's been quite a Gamjon heavy game. But a nice little flick to the body there. Response from Michel Suarez down the stretch. Marginal now, but the Mexican, the Paralympic champion, has the quality. And that's what he was told, rather than go back, cut the distance and go with the right leg, which he duly ignores and goes with the left.
Janet Alegria, vocal throughout this one. The advice arriving on the mat at a near constant stream from Alegria. And John, that's something else I wanted to talk to you about. Is that something that's established before? Does the coach and does the player have a conversation and say, actually, I want feedback live in the moment. I want you making everything known to me. Or is that just down to the personality?
No,
of the coach?
it can be both. It can be specifically stated to say, look, give me every single detail and every marginal gain that I can have. Some people just want to know how much time's left, what's the score, what are they doing, what am I not seeing. So it can vary, and I think it's usually because we see the end product, we see them on the mat at the competition. What we don't see is at the Mexican National Training Centre that you mentioned, the same as in Cuba, they are training together 3 times a day. They know each other's personality. They're spending more time with them usually than they are with their family. So they know, do they want a little bit of information, a lot of information? Sometimes it comes down to as well when you say to the coach, that's enough. I don't need to hear any more of that, but it takes a bit of time to say that to people. But you have to have that shorthand between you to be able to communicate in the biggest of moments.
Last 23 seconds of this repechage match to contest. 5 points the difference, and still Garcia leads. Gamjon from each side here, though. So they rather cancel each other out in terms of points, but now on 6, so Garcia can't burn too many right now. Still 15 seconds remaining. The clock's going to beat the Gamjon rate for sure, and Garcia is surely going to beat Suarez here and go into a bronze medal contest. The Mexican, the Paralympic champion 3 years ago. It's not going to be gold for Mexico, but it can still be bronze. Double kick attempts, and again, defense is good enough. 17 points to 10. It is Juan Diego Garcia who takes it. Injury strife behind him. And here in Paris, he'll have his bronze medal shot later tonight.
Yeah, particularly impressive there for Juan Diego Garcia as we see some of the best highlights, because I think what we're actually seeing is him training his way back to fitness there. So this is him on that arc of recovery, and he's still in contention for that bronze. The big back leg made the difference for him, and he should have enough left to cause real problems in that bronze medal matchup.
Please welcome your referees.
At under 65 kilograms now, Great Britain's Beth Munro against Denmark's Lisa Kjaer.
And the referees making their way in. Of course, the judges in charge of extra points. If you do a back kick, you'll get 3. If you do a spinning kick, you'll get 4. But the referee in charge of the safety primarily on this 5-minute round.
In blue, representing Great Britain, Beth Munro.
Beth Munro from Liverpool in England, the Tokyo silver medalist 3 years ago. She can't hit those heights here in Paris. What she can do, though, is fight through and contest a bronze medal if she wins this repechage. There are, we estimate, around about 50 friends and family of Beth who have made the trip over the channel to be here to support her. The #1 seed coming into the competition, but she lost her quarter-final to Yao Yan by 4 points. Can she get her campaign back to winning ways? It won't be easy, not against Denmark's Lisa Kjaer. She is the Paralympic champion from 3 years ago. She hails from Aarhus in Denmark, and the Danes have travelled well as well.
Twice European gold medalist and Oceania champion from last year.
Well, like Beth Munro, she would have had aspirations of contesting for a gold medal as well. She lost, though, to Diallo of France, 6 points to 4 in her quarter-final. Colombia's Sandra Magali Peña is in the middle.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Danish travelling well. I know that Lisa's daughters, Frida and Casa, are here. She is a lawyer to trade, so she'll know the rules, and she'll know the way in this one, a repeat of the Paralympic final back in Tokyo.
This time played out under the ironwork and the glass ceiling of the Grand Palais. The fight is on in Paris between Great Britain's Beth Munro and Denmark's Lisa Kjaer. Munro in the blue, Kjaer in the red, and Kjaer sneaking the first 2 points of the contest.
That was a really nice straight back leg across, showing confidence. Lisa Kjaer has already said that this will be her last competition. She will retire. Well, Kjaer, but she's not been shy in retiring here, starting strongly. 2 points if you kick to the body, 3 if you do a back kick, and 4 if you spin. So the electronic sensors working well for the Dane so far.
Munro changes it up, comes forward after the turning kick to the trunk, not with the requisite force to activate those sensors you talk about, John. Kjaer, though, up against the edge of the contest area. Got to be careful not to take a step over that onto the purple.
And she's done extremely well there. We heard Andrew Deere in the British coaching corner imploringly looking for that gam, John, but controlling the ring. Lisa Kjaer, we mentioned 46 years young, still fresh enough to hang on in there. Good tactics from Beth Munro to try and control the centre of the mat and push the Danish fighter back a little bit.
Another 2 for the Dane to add to her tally. A shot to the trunk, and she's 4-0 up. It's just a single round match in Para Taekwondo. 5 minutes to win it, and 90 seconds of that elapsed. Each camp has a timeout to play as well, to take a pause and step back and reassess things.
Yeah, and I think Beth Munro would be well advised to try and do that, because the tactic to work from the clinch with the short right leg in here hasn't quite paid dividends. It's been Lisa Kjaer who's read that playbook, and the fighter in red taking advantage. So Andrew Deere just giving some technical advice to rotate the hip with the kick rather than just kick up straight. You've got to turn your hip over.
The referee encourages the pair to get this fight together. And they do. And Munro from the right and the left, from in close, trying to score on that trunk, but to no avail so far.
A decent look at a back kick there from Beth Munro. She's gone through the repertoire, came into Tokyo having never done the sport of any note, came away with the Paralympic silver, and she'll be heading back to the corner there for a timeout. A lot of pressure this time. You go from silver, people say, oh well, let's go for gold next time. It doesn't work like that. We've just seen Juan Diego Garcia of Mexico, defending champ. Lisa Kjaer likewise. The Olympic cycle and the Paralympic cycle is very unforgiving.
Whoever you are supporting, Denmark, Great Britain.
Yeah, it is a sport which serves up so many surprises 3 or 4 years after an Olympic title, and we saw that in the Olympic Games as well, with great British athletes expected to go further, such as Jade Jones. Didn't happen, and the turnaround time, an awful lot happens on the circuit in those 3 or 4 years.
And you mentioned that turnaround time. It's the turnaround there from the Dane. She's just turning her shoulder, or turning her hip and knee across. Just a little bit more accuracy with the instep. You can see Beth Munro, more of a front kick just coming straight up from the floor. She's just been limited by that close proximity of Lisa Kjaer. Good smarts from the Danish fighter.
At the halfway point, effectively, just gone. 2:20 remaining. It's an age in Taekwondo. But nonetheless, the lead for the Dane, and a useful lead it is. The winner goes through to fight for a bronze medal later tonight. A rerun of the Paralympic final of 3 years ago, when the gold was on the line and Kjaer won it.
Yeah, it's a testament to Lisa Kjaer's fitness and desire that at 46 years young, she's still in here fighting, causing trouble, not gassing out, and landing another simple shot to the body. So it's getting a little bit difficult now for Munro. Not insurmountable, but Munro's got a mountain to climb.
Operating well on the edge, isn't she, Kjaer? Very calm. Going to get pushed out here. So Gamjong. And rather than a push out, it's a step out, but a forced step out. So it's the penalty point against the Dane. Munro on the board.
Well, Beth Munro trying again just to step back with that short kick in the inside. She is the taller of the two. Hasn't been able to get that range going. That is testament to the footwork of Denmark's Lisa Kjaer. But she's a superb ambassador for our sport. She's also a kind of chaperone and mentor for a lot of the young Olympic athletes in the British setup. So that fighting spirit is with her. I'm sure that support is too. She's got a good back kick if she can get space for it. But when you start to fall in love with your own game plan and it's not working, it's difficult to switch it up.
Well, that back kick would be worth 3 points if Beth Munro can land it. 3 points for a back kick, 4 for a spinning kick to the trunk, and no headshots allowed. Worth reminding ourselves of that in Para Taekwondo.
Yeah, and there's her twin sister reminding her of just that. The opportunity for Faye there to try and give some support. Mum and Dad, Paolo and Greer in the crowd as well.
It's hearing, John, that it's been her auntie who's been the booking agent mostly for all of
Isn't it always?
Beth Munro's friends. Yeah, exactly. Someone highly organised.
But super organised in the centre, Lisa Kjaer. She's booked these shots and she's landed them nicely. And looks as if she's going to reserve a spot in this bronze medal final, and she's earned it. That back kick there, a good tactic, but hard to do on the attack. Beth Munro has given it all.
And it is all still out there for her, despite the time ticking away here, if the scores can be combined and added up quickly. 8-1 though. Kjaer, the Dane in the red, 30 seconds from going through to a bronze medal contest. Timeout call.
Yeah, this time the timeout coming from the Danish corner. And they'll just be looking to try and salvage some of the energy here, because Lisa Kjaer mentioned on the way into this that she's carrying an undisclosed but quite serious injury, so we're not sure as to what it is. Doesn't seem to be too many signs of it. But she's been able to dent the pride of Beth Munro here in this one, because it's been slim pickings in terms of getting a chance to score. No lack of effort, no lack of skill, but just no room at the end. Always trying to hit that moving target, and Lisa Kjaer obviously has got herself into really good shape here. The odd knee block helps as well.
This is where the bruises come from after a match.
Experienced Paralympians with 30 seconds left in the match.
That bronze would make up for those bruises, and Lisa Kjaer giving herself a chance at least to get into that position. Beth Munro, can she turn this around here? Seems very unlikely in the last 20.
Given the way this match has gone in terms of its tempo, that lead looks particularly long for the Dane. But Munro's going to come forward. There's the back kick. We'll have Khalilov and halt to proceedings. Nothing going to be challenged, so 10 seconds, the last 10.
Just the arm guard coming loose there for Lisa Kjaer. And of course the athletes wear arm guards, shin guards, but I wonder if Andrew Deere asking for a gam jom there won't make any difference to the score or the outcome, Jack.
7 points the difference. It would need to be a spinning kick to the trunk, plus then another back kick, all in the next 9 seconds as they come down. Trunk shot though for Kjaer. Well, this takes it away for the Dane, and Munro and her chances in Paris for a medal eking away as the Gamjon is given, but that's still the sizable gap. And once again, Lisa Kjaer in a Paralympic Games against Beth Munro comes out on top. The 46-year-old still with chapters to write in her career, and one of them will be titled Paris. She's going to fight for bronze later on tonight.
She was excellent. Beth Munro gave it everything she had, but at the end, the star of the show, Lisa Kjaer, advances, as you mentioned, that Paralympic experience, the ability to get the job done, game plan spot on, and a really, really good execution of it as well for Lisa Kjaer.
Inspiring future generation. And who knows, maybe sat in the audience, we'll have somebody here competing at the next Paralympics.
Deux immenses athlètes. Dave a raison, que nous avons vu évoluer lors de cette rencontre, et elle vous remercie de votre soutien. Prochain match maintenant dans la catégorie des messieurs de moins de 63 kilos.
And next up we have the men's minus 63 kilo repechage match.
Veuillez accueillir vos
Back to the men's side of the draw, and under 63 kilograms, Adouich and Geraldo Castro in action.
The referees making their way in, of course the ones in the blazers giving out the extra points for any spinning techniques. And the centre referee primarily in charge of the safety of the fighter over that 5-minute round. And any penalties to be given out will be the purview of the centre ref, which in this case is Elizaveta Tarec.
Adouich of Morocco, another one who studies in the picturesque UNESCO World Heritage Site city of Mekines. And the Moroccan flag has been flying on several occasions across this competition already, on day 1 and now day 2 for Adouich. He finished outside the medals at the World Championships last year, but coming through a tight encounter early on to make sure that he's going to finish up higher up the order, whatever happens in this encounter. But how he wants to go for a bronze medal. He's up against Geraldo Castro, however, of the Dominican Republic, the man who won silver in Santiago at the Pan American Games last year. He's done well at the Worlds as well. He's fought for medals there, but not won them. In this repechage encounter, the winner goes through to fight for bronze. Lost to Gangbat in the last match, the man from Mongolia. And there is Elizaveta Karasevic. So Ayub Adouich of Morocco is in the blue, and Geraldo Castro of the Dominican Republic is in the red.
Castro not wasting any time. That's a good skipping side kick. So skipping is to drag that back leg, the non-kicking leg, forward like so, and go for the kick, but anticipated the second time there as Adouich leaves the space. And there's an interesting part there for the referee to be aware of. Obviously, Geraldo Castro is also a deaf athlete, so she has to make sure to try to get in front of him just to enunciate so that he can see clearly. I think they're looking for extra spinning points here. Let's see.
So that extra point is going to be added on for the spinning element to the last contest. The gamjon is quite figuratively rubbed off, and literally as well. The hand signals, they do play such an important part in people understanding the sport, and that one is as self-evident as it gets. It's a particular favourite of mine.
So wipe the window, that's what I always think of. Clean that off. But making a clean start so far. Geraldo Castro tries to come in again with that back leg turning kick. And it's a good tactic. He knows that Adouich is quick, as we see there.
And coming forward with nice combinations. John, you talk about coming forward, and there's certain ways to come forward. It's not as simple as just marching up to your opponent. Tell us more about what you've got to do when you try and attack.
Well, obviously, it depends on the context. If you equate it to crossing the road, when you're involved in this heavy traffic, you've got to negotiate the right time to go. So that's the timing aspect to it. If you then equate it to, do I want to come forward because I have to kill some time, in which case you're going to do exactly that, just land into the clinch with no real intent to kick. Or are you coming forward with the intent of putting some points on the board, in which case it's about setting up the play. So if you're coming forward with just the intent to kick and stick like this, that's nothing. That's just kill 10 seconds. That's the benefit for coming forward. If you're trying to kick in combination, you have to manipulate the opponent around, set up the kick. So either a little fake motion before you move, or throw the first kick with the intent of landing the second. And whether that answered your question or not, that's all I've got.
3 times over, John. Powerful kick there, and didn't he do well? Adouich to stay on his feet, not concede a gamjon for hitting the mat. Still point scored. Some precision kicking involved here, real power behind them as well. The points therefore adding up already after 2 minutes. 10-8 for Adouich.
Yeah, Ismail Aziz, the coach in the Moroccan corner, will be happy with that work. It was a good point that you made there about keeping the balance, because 2 things happened there. One, he stopped himself from falling over. The second one, about having that precision to score that kick, was after being hit quite hard, but still kept going. So a lot of times in Taekwondo, we are drawn to the kicking leg as it strikes the protector. Sometimes keep an eye on the non-kicking leg just to see how stock steady it is, how much they rely on that power, the ability to stand and keep that leg steady underneath them. A lot of one-leg squats to get that power.
Castro keeps the pressure on.
Intentionally or not intentionally?
The request from Morocco.
Ismail Aziz asking for intentional dangerous play rather than unintentional, where it would slip off the body and hit the head.
Dangerous play.
So it's a straight out attempt to kick to the face. And it's only when you see those face shields straight on there you think, oh, and I've tried them on, not the most comfortable, not the easiest to breathe or to see. They have modified and improved them, but they are there for this primary purpose of safety. It's like the beginning of Batman or something.
Batman doesn't begin in this case. The X means the card is pocketed. After the fireworks of the first 2 minutes, things slow down somewhat, and not for any lack of effort though. Still the attacks keep coming. Back kick, and I think that has hit.
I'm not sure.
Hit low, under the belt.
Not sure. I think that maybe it will be a gam jump. Looks as if it hit quite a lot of his feet rather than anything south of the border, let's say. But Victor Munoz, the doctor, has been called in. Don't think we need too much explanation as to why that wouldn't be a lot of fun to happen. But it certainly jumped up in the air as the back kick landed. So I'm sure it'll be okay to continue. Used to call these injuries go-home injuries, because when you got them, the only thing you wanted to do was go home.
And the Moroccan Adouich finds himself another point up after that. It's the only silver lining. 11-8, he leads. It was a shot from below the belt, that's why that gam jump was awarded.
Yeah, good referee in there. Spots the knee block.
Lets the legs fly and scores from it as well. Now we're all level. That was expertly done from Castro. And John, technically speaking, a step-up double kick, is that what we're looking here?
It's exactly that. And what that was, you probably saw the ratio of what actually happens in Taekwondo. Through the left leg didn't work, the right leg didn't work, then went for the step-up double. So on the fourth kick, he got one score. So that's probably the ratio of what you're looking at in terms of risk to reward. But he's rewarded with parity in Paris, and The door left open though.
Adouich goes ahead by 2 again.
But nice knowledge, Jack, with the step-up double there. I think we'll need to get you a black belt organised. That was good.
Everything I know I learned from you, John Cullen.
Don't tell anyone.
There's no halves really in that Taekwondo, but if you cut this one down the middle, the first half looks very different to the second. It's interspersed though with great moments of high quality Taekwondo, but they are meeting each other so head on, John. And with your expert eye, why are we not seeing the points rack up in quite the same way right now?
It's precisely that. It's the game of 2 halves that is the old cliche. What's happening is the thing that was working early, which was coming in a straight line, is no longer working, because if you watch it, we'll see it in the closing 1:30 that we've got. As the shot comes straight, both fighters are just moving slightly offline and just riding that shot and closing it down. You then combine that. We might see it in a couple of these here. This is the combination. That level of intensity and effort after 2.5 minutes, that's your maximal effort. There's nothing left after that.
Right.
So there's a little bit of tiredness, but also a little bit of, they know that if they can keep it close, they can summon it up down the stretch. So it's that minor physical adjustment to get a little bit out of the line of fire, but also just to wait a little bit, let the batteries recharge, and then give it the full effort down the stretch.
Presumably there can be no such thing as maximal effort for 5 minutes in Taekwondo.
Exactly, and that's the difficult part of it. If you think of when you're on the treadmill and you go to full effort, or anything when you're in the gym, pushing it to maximum effort, you can sustain that for, if you're elite, maybe 30, 40 seconds. After that, you're gassed, and if you're gassed in the middle of the Grand Palais and someone's trying to kick you, not a good place to be. So both men just measuring out their energy. But down the stretch, I'm sure they'll let the kicks fly.
And they're reading their opponent well. In addition to that, so these kicks flying out, but then the evasion's so good. The onboard computers from these guys are operating at a massively high frequency right now. So here they're coming to the last minute. Still with that gap for Adouich, the Moroccan in the blue. And the carrot on offer is of a bronze medal kind. They'll go through to fight for one in the next round. This is the repechage for it. Now there's some space. Now there's a gap for Adouich. 4 points of it. Now he adds some more, and then the legs start to fly again. 17-11. He's marshalling his energy levels so well here. And when he has fought like that, he's so often scored from it. They haven't been wasted attempts.
Yeah, it's the risk and the reward. It's the timing and making sure that, as you say, he gets the reward for those accurate shots. You can feel your opponent sometimes when they switch off a little bit, then you go for them, or they're starting to tire. There's not as much power in the shots as they come forward. When they're in the clinch like that, they can hear each other breathe. There are also sounds of exasperation. When you feel that, that's the time to strike. As we've seen Adouich from being 1 point up as he hits low, and that one, he should make it through to this bronze medal final, so to speak.
He's going to take that Gamjon. The referee points below the waistline for that shot. But more points still going to be poured on here from the man from Morocco, from Mekines. He's studies chemistry in the university there, and he has got his elements exactly right in this one. The mix has been perfect. 19 points to 12. And Ayoub Adouich steps away because the job is done. He's through to a bronze medal contest. Morocco in with a shout here of creating some history for Adouich and also for his Taekwondo club as well, in Mekines in Mexico. In Morocco even.
I'm sure there's one in Mexico as well. Is that popular?
There may well be now.
Now the Iran is raised properly there. Professional, subdued the efforts there of Castro, and Geraldo Castro emerges with a lot of credit, contributed a lot to that one. But Ayoub Adouich with the quality down the stretch. I'm sure you were going to say because he studies chemistry, he's in his element. That's what I was waiting for.
And next up, we have the women's -50.
Well, we'll see him again in the bronze medal contest. We can rework that one.
Please welcome your referees.
Now, at women's under 57 kilograms, Kamila Dosmalova of Kazakhstan and Irene Ma of Fiji in action.
Renata Rukova from Czechia, the referee in charge of this 5-minute period, but charging in now, both fighters.
And here is Kamila Dosmalova, the European champion from a few years ago and the Asian Paralympic Games champion last year. Now, she can hold both those titles at different points, different continents, despite being from Kazakhstan in Europe or in Asia, Central Asia in many ways, because the Para Taekwondo setup worldwide allows for competing in European continental events and Asian continental events, Oceania events as well. So you can travel around the globe and get the same experience and develop in the same ways against the same fighters. And she's done that, and that's helped her game. And Irene Ma is starting to make a name for herself here, all the way from Suva, the capital of Fiji. And if she wins this contest, she will have a chance to do something very special indeed for Fiji. They've only won one medal before in their Paralympic history. It was a gold. It came in London in the high jump back in 2012. It was won by Iliesa Delana. They've competed in every edition since 1996, so medals are rare for Fiji, but Irene Ma isn't far away from fighting for one, and nonetheless a victory in order to get to this stage, involved in her performance, and that nonetheless is significant for the 19-year-old.
Yeah, very significant. She's been impressive all day. Regardless, obviously, she's wanting to go for the bronze and give herself that opportunity. She has a very bright future. Fundamentals are rock solid. Her dad was a Taekwondo athlete. Obviously, grew up with the sport. So she's got all the fundamentals. A little bit more high-level sparring, not easy to get when you're out in Fiji, but she's certainly shown the fundamentals all the way through.
You get another chance to witness those live here in the Grand Palais. Fiji in the red and Kazakhstan and Dosmalova in the blue. Big age gap between these two, as we see Ma record the first 2 points in the contest, and also shot to the face, which was accidental from Irene Ma. Might have activated the trunk and then slipped up to the face. She's going to concede a gamjom for that. What was your take on it, Jack?
Exactly that, Jack. I think that's the function of what we talked about when you're... I know they trained out in Australia to get themselves ready, in Adelaide to have that preparation camp to try and get that going, but when you're working in a club at home and you're probably the only para-athlete that's there, you're training with everyone. So the muscle memory can sometimes betray you. But I think that was as much of a slip up the stairs as Dosmalova slips one on the board as well.
3-2 now for the Kazakh. "13 years of difference between the two. Ma is still a teenager at 19 and Dosmalova 32. She has a background in para-athletics as well, Dosmalova. Extremely fast on the track. She placed first in the national championships in Kazakhstan as recently as 2 years ago, over 100, 200 and the 400.
And spent time becoming a lawyer as well, so she's obviously very busy.
Yep.
Very capable. On and off the mat, and capable of landing that one there. Was a good shot from Irene Ma.
Back leg turning kick and with power. So that lands for 2 from Dosmalova. Comes forward again, and so Dosmalova tries the back kick.
Yeah, the call from Sang Hyun Ra, the coach in the corners, when you get in there, shut her down, don't leave any spaces. And it's a difficulty, it's a thing that you mentioned about the age difference. Certainly doesn't to be any sort of fitness deficit for Kamila Dosmalova, because she can't be pushed back. She's not been intimidated by it at all. It's not the freshness of youth over the possible tiredness of experience. So difficult now for the Fijian to set that tempo, because at the moment that's coming from the blue corner.
There is a height difference between the pair. It's not a massive one, but it is one that's notable. And John, therefore, Irene Ma, one would imagine, has the extra range that she can score from, so she can fight from further away and still score. Is it always like that? Do you find fighters sometimes have a longer leg length than their height might make it seem?
Definitely you have people with longer legs than, as you say, that frame would indicate. And I think what we see at the end of that one, the 3 gamjoms are the only thing that separates them. The reason for those gamjoms, from what I'm seeing, is the presence of Dosmalova, the ability to wait and intimidate. They're not actually doing anything, she's not kicking, she's just standing in the distance, keeping the pressure on, and it's constantly giving Irene Ma, triggering her, making her work, making her move, and that always produces adrenaline, because you have to think and react, and it's tiring, and that's what's made the difference. So those long legs, she hasn't been able to use them comfortably because she's always been unsettled by this presence that's just looming in front of her.
The kind of attribute that one would acquire from extensive sparring, perhaps.
Exactly. The ability to wait and intimidate is a big factor, because what you're saying is you've actually dismissed what's coming back, and there's an unconscious agreement between the two to say, right, I'm standing here and you're not coming forward. And that's what's been established. At the moment, it can all change. Yep. Irene Ma, can she impose her personality on the demands of the situation? That's what's required now. Still well in this though, 3-point game, couple of minutes. But the dominant personality, certainly Kamila Dosmalova in blue.
comes another 2 for the tally of Dosmalova.
And the benefit now for Dosmalova of having that, well, having earned that 5-point lead, is that she can be a little bit more free in her movement and trying to change things up. So Irene Maar, this would be the time for her to try and get a bit of variety, maybe some combinations going. Easy to say from the comfort of the commentary box, especially as that back kick lands.
Gamjom for grabbing her opponent. So those 4 Gamjoms having made a significant difference. Not the whole difference right now. That stands at 6. So Dosmalova extending her advantage, but nonetheless playing its part. 1 minute to go. The winner goes through to fight for a bronze medal later in the session.
Good from Irene Maar. That's the 2 kicks back-to-back there. I think a call for a timeout there from the Fijian corner.
35 seconds to try and turn this round with the 6 points deficit. The coach's input incoming for Irene Maar.
He's going to be saying, come on, Irene. Try and give her some encouragement.
He has to be. So every last moment of energy that she's able to call upon now is required for Maar. She does get 2 on the board, but so does Dosmalova.
Yeah, it's good from Irene Maar. This is a bit more respectable veneer on the scoreline, which she deserves. It's not been one-sided at all. If you look at the 4 Gamjoms, if you take that away, that's 8-6, and that's more of a clear reflection of what the game has been. But just that little bit more experience in the Kazakh corner has made the difference for Dosmalova.
Last 10 seconds. Maar changes stance, but not moving at the speed that she needs to score these points. And Dosmalova will take her time and wait and see things tick away and save every last kick that she can for the bronze medal match to come. Kamila Dosmalova defeats Irene Maar 12 points to 6 in the repechage. She is right back in the contest for a medal. But for Irene Maar, what a campaign it's been, what a day it's been. She has achieved things here in the Grand Palais, and the eye Fijian flag flying once again, as they have every time a Fijian has competed here in the Grand Palais. But Irene Ma, who lost to Gamze Girdle earlier on in the contest against Turquia, but she also defeated Yulia Lipetska of Ukraine, and that achievement in itself is so significant for Fijian Taekwondo. She can take that all the way back to Suva, and the union can build on it and plan for it and come back again even stronger. Thanks to Irene Ma. Juan Eduardo Samorano now of Argentina against Georgi Nikoladze in the men's under 70 kilogram repechage.
In blue, representing Argentina,
Juan Eduardo Samorano. Il avait remporté la médaille de bronze aux derniers Jeux paralympiques.
Juan Eduardo Samorano, 42 years of age, the man who won the bronze medal in Tokyo. That was at under 75 kilograms. This weight class is under 70, so he's shedding some of those kilos to make weight for this one. He's someone who discovered the sport when he was passing by a gym one day, saw some Taekwondoists practicing, felt it looked like good fun and had a go at it. Here he is at his second Paralympic Games. Georgi Nikoladze. Bronze at the last 3 European Championships, including earlier this year in Belgrade. Also a man on the older side of things, given the youthfulness of some of this competition. He's 39 years of age, the Taekwondoist from Tbilisi.
He's limping in here. He certainly sprinted in before, Jack, and we've seen him jump up onto the main stage, but he gives it a pound anyway to say, okay, whatever I've got, you're going to get, and that's typical of Georgi Nikoladze. He will fight, he will try. How much he's got left in the tank, he can barely make it up and down these steps. But beware the supposedly injured fighter for at least the first 30 seconds. Because on the other side of the mat, Juan Samorano will be thinking, no, 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 I'll be watching you just in case. But testing it to his fighting spirit, that he's going to give it a good go here.
And there's so much that this man has achieved in sport. He's also competed in para-athletics at the World Championships as recently as 2017, and his long jump in 2019, when he went back for a second appearance, was 6 meters and 17 centimeters. He can fly in track as much as he can in Taekwondo, but those wings clipped slightly, we think, from the injury earlier in the competition. So Nikoladze in the red for Georgia and Samorano for Argentina in the blue. The Georgian giving it a go. That's good to see.
You mentioned that long jump. It's going to be a long way through, and this one he's limping heavily. It's obviously the right foot is slightly injured. He's happy to use that left leg with some degree of confidence, but he's also a tough competitor, and he loves to throw a big punch, particularly with that lead hand. Loves an uppercut, loves to annoy the opponent. Doesn't score, but that one does. A little flick shot there from Samorano. But at the Paralympic Games, as you know, Jack, you've seen plenty of sports. If you've got a chance at all to be out there competing, you give it everything, and the Georgian, the embodiment of that.
Winding up for the spins and then never quite delivering the shot from Samorano. What's the mentality like for Samorano, John? Aware his opponent is nowhere near where he could be right now, given an injury, needing to think about his game, but it's not. It's going to be more than on his mind about how his opponent is.
For sure, and he's got to capitalise on it. He can have no sympathy. at this stage as he kicks a little bit low there. He'll take the gam jump. But we saw for the first time him trying the back kick, so obviously against an injured opponent, let them come to you, make them do extra work, make their life as miserable as possible. That's your job. He may have injured himself there. His ankle seems to be okay. But I think Georgi Nikoladze will need all the ice in Paris tomorrow just to pack him up in that one, and the bumps and bruises will be painful. But Samorano taking his time, picking his shots. I think the crowd have picked a kind of favourite, the underdog, giving him some encouragement.
Shot to the trunk for another 2. Nikoladze with that punch that he's fond of. Nice evasion.
It's that, sorry Jack, it's that right leg. You heard a big shout of pain. He kicked out of just pure muscle memory and then realised, wait a minute, I shouldn't be using that right leg. Doesn't mind a fight though. Pure spirit. Talk about running yourself into the ground, Jack.
Georgi Nikoladze drawing on his own misfortune and letting that fuel him. That was an inspired 20 seconds of kicking and punching.
Yeah, and Shota Gochiashvili, the coach, just looking on there saying, well, as if there was a question, do you want to fight, from the referee? If there's ever been the body of someone that wants to fight, Georgi Nikoladze, I don't know if there's a special award for hanging on in there. But the Georgian, a tough man from Tbilisi.
Absolutely, they make him tough in Georgia, no doubt about it. We had Jackie Chan in the arena yesterday. Not many things in the movies that he's made, even the movies he's made, will depict someone who's down in a fight who keeps coming back like this.
And it is quite amazing, as you say, because as Luka Guzman looks on, the Argentine coach is obviously just saying, look, Juan Samorano, take your time. He's obviously wounded, he's obviously working, but don't get involved. You've still got that bronze medal contest to think about, and he's got 1 foot in that bronze final so far.
A reminder about the situation with punching in para taekwondo. It won't score you points. You are allowed to do it. It has to be on the trunk, of course. And Nikoladze has been deploying that a lot. And John, you've mentioned this before, but it might not be about points, but out there it's still a fight. And Nikoladze unable to kick as well as he'd like, so the punching becomes all important. It's his most frequent weapon.
Yeah, most fruitful weapon, as you say, as the doctor's been called on, Victor Munoz, I believe. However, true to form, the Georgian said, no, 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 send them back, I don't need them. Probably doesn't want them to know the extent of the damage. And I'm laughing with admiration because it's that desire to fight. That's what combat sports is all about. You want to know about what it means to get, how do you get a medal? You see people on the podium in combat sports. These are the other people that you don't see, because it's this effort that you've got to make to get through. An effort that's applauded sportingly there by Juan Samorano. He's going to try and continue, I think. Top man.
Not easy being Juan Eduardo Samorano in this environment. He's done nothing wrong, but he's not the good guy in all this right now.
That's right. I haven't taken my eyes off of Nikoladze the entire time here. A little bit sorry for Samorano as that one flicks up to the face unintentionally. But of course, this can, as you rightly said there, Jack, throw you off your game plan. He'll take the yellow card.
But just by sticking in the fight, you give yourself a chance. Who knows what can happen still? And the way injuries can befall people, they have already befall Nikoladze. He knows about that, but the longer you stay in the fight, the greater the chance of something surprising happening.
Yeah, there's something admirable about Georgi Nikoladze's perseverance here, just to try and keep it going. The weapons that he had coming in have been dampened, but hasn't affected his spirit at all. He's fought to the finish. Another haymaker as we go into the last 20.
13-3 to the man in the blue from Argentina. But it doesn't feel like that right now, does it? In the ascendancy, emotionally, in this fight, and dominating the centre, dictating how this last few seconds is going to be. The kicks keep coming, the punches too. And Georgi Nikoladze of Georgia somehow wins a contest without having the most number of points on the scoreboard.
Really nicely said. You can see that sporting spirit there, Jack. Nothing left in the energy tank there from Georgi Nikoladze. Gave it all. But Juan Samorano, a few of those punches will show up tomorrow. When you see them, you think, oh, what did that come from? Hopefully, it'll be with a bronze around his neck, but he gave very professional performance there from the Argentine.
Juan Eduardo Samorano won the contest and more than played his part as well in a fight which Georgi Nikoladze is going to clip up and keep. He's a father of 3, Georgi Nikoladze, and this is some footage to show to his children when they grow up a little further about what it means to keep going, to keep fighting, and also to appreciate the stage that he's on, to get to this point when Para-Taekwondo's in the Grand Palais, and every second is a moment to savour. He's savoured every single one.
He did. It wasn't a night at the museum, it was a fight at the museum. Nikoladze digging deep. Samorano, though, on for the bronze.
Et maintenant, la toute dernière rencontre des repêchages en catégorie féminine de moins de 65 kilos.
Now it's Cecile of Turkey up against Christina Gkentzou of Greece.
Please welcome your referees.
So the referees make their way in. Of course, they're in charge of the 5-minute period. The judges and the Blazers in charge of adding any extra points. 2 points if you kick to the body, 3 for a back kick, or 4 for a spinning kick.
Turkey's Cecile Er, a 34-year-old who has had such success when competing on home soil in Istanbul, became the world and European champion in the year that those events were held in the capital. It's not even the capital of Turkey, is it? That goes to Ankara, but one of the more famous cities of Europe and Asia, as it straddles both continents. She lost to Marie-Antoinette Dassy 13-6 in her quarterfinal, so here in the repechage. And Christina Gkentzou of Greece, 19 years of age, from Thessaloniki on mainland Greece. Someone who a couple of months ago in Belgrade picked up the first major title in her career by winning the European Championship. Lost to Brazil's Ana Carolina Silva de Moira around about 2 hours ago now. Batteries recharged. And here for the repechage, Chile's Miguel Flavio Figueroa Valeso. Always throws me, John, when the national colours that you normally associate with two nations are reversed, and we have that here with Turkey competing in the blue and Christina Gkentzou of Greece competing in the red.
especially when they're such near neighbours as well. Turkey and Greece, big rivals when it comes to the football field. It's kicking off in a different way here. Christina Gkentzou, the kind of surprise package, but just maybe came one event too soon. People had a chance to realise, wow, she's won the European Championships. Then she went to Chuncheon in Korea and won that pre-Paralympic game open. So people had a chance to study a little bit and realise that that left leg is a bit of a wand for her, and it's worked its magic so far.
Gkentzou off to a 2-point lead. 2 points for a shot to the trunk, a kick to the trunk in Para Taekwondo, 3 for a back kick to the trunk and 4 for a spinning kick to the trunk. No head kicks permitted in Para Taekwondo. So it's all about zoning in on that trunk protector, and Gkentzou does that again.
Yeah, she can't miss at the moment. It's that quality stance that she's got. And obviously she's managed to let go of any aspirations of taking the gold at the first time of asking, and she's reset, and that's a really good sign of her, well, elite credentials. She's a champion. Once a champion, always a champion. It's the same mindset, just depends on the form and the date. But the first 2 major competitions she's gone in for, she's won them both. But not winning this one hasn't put her off. There's still a huge medal possibility for her.
You have all the tournaments to have to reset for. It's not a bad place to be readjusting your focus to the bronze medal, is it? First Paralympic Games, of course, for Gkentzou, age 19. (9-2), and Turkey is now on the board.
Yeah, essentially out, trying to put a little bit of a bit more pressure, hold that centre of the ring, but it's hard to intimidate someone like Christina Gkentzou, who's got weapons on both feet. She loves this left leg on the way through, but the right leg's also a problem on that short pick-up, that front leg counter.
John, the terminology you use about Gkentzou's front leg as a wand, does it have a particular role when you're talking about wand? What particularly does it mean? Just a fantastic front leg, or is it something that's specifically a type of movement that we're seeing?
I think it's more just a type of movement. So it's what you're looking at is anything that looks easy, anything that's done well looks easy, and she makes it look easy. So for me, that's a touch of magic. That's that bit where your opponent knows it's coming. Everyone knows it's a left leg that's coming. Everyone. The opponent's coach, they've done game plans for it, they've covered for it. But your ability to throw that under the radar when the person is not ready for it, that's that bit of magic. So, went with wand. That was as close as I could think of.
So far, that magic has produced an 11-2 lead for Gkentzou. And the Greeks in good numbers, good voice as well, and as ever, the iconic colours of Greek shimmering in the stands.
Yeah, but every time Turkey comes out, or Turkey comes out and they're not in red, I'm lost.
It throws you, doesn't it? And here, of course, we've got on the uniforms as well, the Turkey flags, and then on top the blue colours of the head guards, and the role reversal in the Greek side of things. But it is Greece in the red, it is Turkey in the blue, and Gkentzou of Greece with the 11-2 lead.
And it's the same pattern. Sechel Air just having to overreach. If you look at the more static, if you kick straight off the spot, you're not going to cover as much distance. So every time Christina Gkentzou is moving, she's always up on her toes. So she adjusts the distance like so to kick, either going forward, or sorry, either going back or forward. Her non-kicking foot is always on the move. If you watch Sechel Air, the front foot is planted, and then she'll swing the back leg, and that's hard to get the score. It's hard to confuse the opponent with that one, like that. That's a planted front leg, as opposed to a moving front leg.
In for the punch from Gkentzou. Doesn't score, but it won't score. Not part of the criteria for scoring in para taekwondo, but there again, can really mix things up though.
It's good value.
Left leg flies out from its holster. 21-2 now, with 30 seconds remaining. It's been total dominance from Christina Gkentzou. She's going to head through and compete for a bronze medal.
And she's good value for it. She's been excellent all day. Came up just a little bit short in that opportunity to get straight into the semi-finals. But that little kick in the inside makes a difference.
So Gkentzou counts this one down along with her fans in the stands. The Greeks will be very pleased with this one. Christina Gkentzou with relative ease beating Sechel and sometimes there is just too much on the other side of the mat to handle, and this is one of those occasions. Gkentzou is through and will fight for bronze.
Dernière rencontre des repêchages. Place dans quelques instants au début des demi-finales.
And that was our last repechage match. Next up, we've got our semi-finals.
Et bien, place maintenant à la première demi-finale de notre réunion. Dans la catégorie des messieurs de moins de 63 kilos.
And next up, we have our first semi-final. This is for the men's minus 63 kilo category.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referee.
Semi-finals now begin in the main draw. Turkey's Mahmut Bozteke against Brazil's Nathan Torquato in the men's under 63 kilograms.
Représentant la Turquie.
In blue, representing Turkey,
Mahmut Bozteke.
Well, the quality of the semi-finals lineup extremely high in the men's under 63 kilograms. Mahmut Bozteke, a bronze medalist from Tokyo 3 years ago and the world silver medalist last year.
bronze at the last Paralympics in Tokyo, a four-time world championship medalist.
Aiming for a gold medal as well, and his philosophy on gold is a good one. John, I think you're going to like this particularly. Gold doesn't lose its value, he said, because it falls into the mud. Gold is always gold.
Really like it, and I really like him, Bozteke, who was voted the best athlete of the year 2021 in the gala in Riyadh by every athlete, from Olympic and Paralympic athlete. He was voted in as the favourite because of his style. Nathan Torquato, also a stylist.
A stylist that has won the Paralympic Games as well. He won 3 years ago. The gold medal was his. Faced Mohamed El Zayat in the final of Egypt, and although El Zayat couldn't fight in that one, Torquato had put together such a strong campaign, and he's starting to put together another one. Quarterfinal victory was comfortable. Dai Carroll of Chinese Taipei is in the middle. So Mamouts Bozteke of Turkey is in the blue, and Nathan Torquato of Brazil is in the red. Powerful back leg turning kick, but just enough retraction from Torquato to minimize the effect of it. We talk about walking into hits in Taekwondo, don't we? But that was one walking away and saving himself well. Another good block from the Brazilian. Defense to the fore for him right now. Back kick which lands but doesn't land with enough strength from the Brazilian. Lively start.
Yeah, Nathan Torquato setting the tempo early with that movement, and it pays off with that simple kick to the body. And Mamouts Bozteke just searching in his field of vision just to try and find this constant moving Torquato. And it's the Torquato, the tornado, that's got that 2 point on the board. 2 point kick to the body, any spin would be good for him. It gets one back on the board as Viva Mexico rings out around the arena. I think they've come a bit late, but I think the body protectors also come loose here.
He says he likes to listen to rap and Brazilian funk music ahead of a contest. I don't know whether that's at the same time, but he's certainly been listening to one or the other before this one. He's moving at a really fast rhythm, the Brazilian.
I thought you were going to say the samba beat there, but you restrained yourself from it, so he certainly put the beat down when it comes to the power shots on the way through. There's the big back kick that didn't score the first time.
So this is for one extra point to be added to Torquato's tally, and he'll get it for the back kick. So the judges, the three judges that we saw walking around at the start. Now, goodness me.
Yeah, that one hit him bad. That one hit him clean in the jaw there. Back of the head bounced on the mat. Ali Shahin, highly experienced coach, concerned there. And that was just a reaction. One fighter leaning back, one leaning forward, and the kick went straight up to the face. So that's what it looked like in the first viewing. I'm not going to doubt myself with it. Rodrigo fairly unimpressed with that one. Yeah, he was bending down was the call from the coach there. Seems to be okay.
Bozteke taking his time. Gamjon quickly given against Torquato for that.
And it's important for Nathan Torquato. This is not a match-changing outcome. It will be viewed as unintentional. Needs to keep his head in the game.
Center referee request direct kick or unsafe play.
But understandably, time being taken to ensure Mamouts Bozteke is okay, and whether he's ready to carry on or not. It was a heavy collision with the floor.
Yeah, it was. Momentarily discombobulated, out of balance, whacked his head off the mat. Seems to be okay though. We're not privy to the exact nature of the chat here, but the centre referee has asked for this video review. Her contention is that it was a direct, dangerous kick to the head, which would be a yellow card and a penalty point. You could see a counter protest from the Brazilian coach, but most importantly, Bozteke is okay.
against the Gamjong for falling to the floor. He's back up and ready to go again. 6-2 the score to the Brazilian in the red. Bozteke straight back to it. Gamjong against Torquato. Back Gkentzou this time from Bozteke. No issue with his timing. Moves in swiftly for that one. Torquato rushing the man from Turkey. Double kick from Bozteke, getting back to things from how they started. What a powerful front foot kick that was.
Yeah, that one caught right in the chest, didn't score in the protector, but pushed him back.
And when you see such a powerful shot, John, and it doesn't score, what's going on there electronically in the sensors that means it's not 2 points?
The sensors didn't work well enough, that's what I would say, because that type of shot should score. The pushing kicks sometimes don't score as readily. We're still very much in the formative development stages of the body protectors, and they can always, and I mean always, be better. Every event they should improve. Improving in the scores there is the Turk. But for me, if they turn down the power threshold, then you would have a much more high-scoring match. But something like that, you could hear those shots halfway down the street, and neither of them scored. For me, we need to be able to encourage more scoring, more reward for the work.
Bozteke's reward since being knocked to the floor is to haul himself back off it and a level on the scoreboard too. 6 points each. That intervention seemingly, from a points perspective, favouring Bozteke. Torquato hasn't scored since.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, I can't think there's been a timeout from either. There's been a few impasses because of injuries and gamjoms and video reviews, but I think they still have a possibility to have a rest if they need.
That's right. No one's called one yet. Last 45 seconds remaining. The winner goes through to the gold medal contest. Back leg turning kick from Bozteke. For all his comebacks, he's got to go ahead on the scoreboard, but he will here, unless this is deemed a Gamjon shot against him, a deliberate shot to the head.
2 or 3 things there. Once the kick was thrown, if it did hit the head, it'll be the Gamjon. It also dragged down onto the knee and hit the standing leg. So Victor Munoz there just explaining to the referee it was the knee. It sounds bad. So Ali Shahin, the coach, is saying quite obviously there, focus, keep your eyes on it. There's a Paralympic final possibility, but it sounds like a knee injury. You have 1 minute to recover, so he's got 15 seconds of that left. And now Rodrigo Ferla will be asking, was there a head connection as well?
Torquato says, I'm ready. That Gamjon against him means the lead is for Bozteke. The Gamjon for going to the deck. Anytime you fall on the floor, it's a Gamjon. In Taekwondo. 7-6, Bozteke. Now the timeout is played.
Well, he can get some sleep after this, but he won't want to be caught in the act here, because focus required now for the young Brazilian Torquato, because the momentum with Bozteke.
He's got to stir the sinews as well, because that's a heavy limp that he's bouncing off with.
A heavy limp that he might be affecting as well. So let's see what he recovers with, because he'll have more than enough left to get him through this. It could go to the golden round as well. But Mehmet Bozteke, ever the professional, eyes clear, completely aware of what he's got to do. And that ability to manage yourself emotionally in these occasions, the critical moment, he knows that Nathan Torquato knows exactly how to get to a final and to win it. Get a chance to take him out here though.
Last 25 seconds remaining in the semi-final. Bozteke comes forward, gets two. He'll get another for the Gamjong, and Torquato's injury, which he sustained moments earlier, seems to have reared its head again. It's that knee.
And obviously for his dignity, we'll not be zooming in to see exactly what it was, but you can hear him crying. Victor Munoz, the World Taekwondo doctor, checking on it. The Team Brazil physio up and checking too. But again, it's Mehmet Bozteke's job to focus on him. He's still not into this final. He's got a useful lead. But he'll only have his eyes on the prize now. It's up to Torquato. Can he get himself back into this one?
Can you fight? 45 seconds.
The question from the referee is, can you fight?
50 seconds.
The answer seems to be yes.
Torquato takes his place. 3 points down with 19 seconds remaining. The Brazilian in the red, trying desperately to keep his hopes of going through to compete for gold alive. Another Gamjong though against. This is 4 down now. This is an increasingly steep hill, given everything we've seen, and that injury is hampering him significantly. So much so, there's nothing more he can do. And that gold medal dream sinks to the ground with Nathan Torquato and Mehmet Bozteke, whose own dreams might well have plummeted when he was hit in the head early on in the contest.
And we have our first Paralympic into the final.
I think the sporting spirit that we've seen, Jack, they were rivals, they were kicking lumps out each other as best they could there, but the respect that is at the core of the martial art there, exhibited there by Mehmet Bozteke. Nathan Torquato may or may not be able to contest the bronze medal. We'll wait anxiously to see that, and obviously wish him a good recovery. But Bozteke, professional, didn't take his mind off the job, got it done nicely, and is in very good form for what will be an engrossing final.
A hug from Ali Shahin, the coach. Mehmet Bozteke will go back to the training area to get ready for the gold medal contest. Nathan Torquato will have a job if he's able to present himself even for this bronze medal contest. We wish him well in somehow recovering from how this one ended.
Et voici tout de suite la prochaine demi-finale chez les messieurs de moins de 57 kilos.
And next up we have our first semi-final for the women's minus 57 kilo category.
Veuillez accueillir vos
Silvana
arbitres.
Caruso Fernandes, the #1 seed now from Brazil, up against China's Li Yuji.
So the referees making their way in for this one. Those in the blazers will hand out the extra points for any spinning kicks, and the centre referees in charge of the safety of the fighter over the course of the 5-minute bout, of which there are 1 minute round break possibilities as we break towards the athlete's entrance.
Brazil,
Silvana Mayara Cardoso Fernandes.
Silvana Caruso Fernandes of Brazil, the reigning world and Pan American champion, and she has a Paralympic bronze medal to her name from 3 years ago in Tokyo too.
From Tokyo, the current world champion, having also won it previously in 2021.
She was once upon a time a javelin thrower for Brazil. But competing in javelin in her para class at the Pan American Games was not an option, so she took up Taekwondo in 2018, and 6 years on, she's coming back for a second Paralympic Games tilt in this sport. Li Yuji of the People's Republic of China. She's from Qingdao in the northeast of the country, a city of skyscrapers and beaches where the metropolis meets the maritime. Paris, a very different cityscape. All the way to northeastern China. Li Yuji, Tokyo bronze medalist as well. Here to fight for a chance to win a gold medal. Christine Nguyen of France is the referee.
Yeah, and I've liked the presence that Li Yuji brings. She's a positive person, always smiling, always up for the fight. Never takes a backward step, always engaged. She's going to have to beat.
The fight gets going. Silvana Fernandes of Brazil in the blue, and Li Yuji of the People's Republic of China in the red. Li on the board. Courtesy of a penalty point. First point scored by Li from the shot to the trunk. She gets a penalty against her for falling to the ground, but she's 3-1 up now. And John, for anyone watching Taekwondo maybe for the first time or one of the early times in their viewing of the sport, the stances is something we talk about, closed and open, and just outline for us the difference between those two and why we see them change.
So if you put the opposite foot in front like we have here, that's an open stance. That's often designed to draw the opponent to come in with the back leg. If you have that closed stance, if you put the same foot in front, that then means that you're going to work together like a boxer's jab. You're going to push each other. So it's a more defensive position. The open stance like so, again changing here now to closed stance. So they've got that opportunity now to use the front legs, which both get stuck on each other there. So it's just a tactical adjustment. Again, in para taekwondo, they will often aim to the side where there is the least cover. So they will change stance to say, okay, where is the opportunity with the most exposed side of the protector? And they'll change it for that. And then a lot of times, you'll start in one stance, kick into the different stance with the intention then of scoring from there. So a lot of it's misdirection and setting people up.
So right now, we're in the open stance.
That's right. Landing into that closed stance there. So if you're in that position there and you're thinking, where is the most exposed side of my protector? I'll either offer you it and say, come and get it, and then I'll hit you with a back kick or a counter technique. Or if I'm feeling a bit tired or such, I might change and put that least protected side at the back.
So another gam, John. Well explained, John.
I thought so.
It's another underlining of how many things that go on in the sport, which when you first come to it, perhaps it aren't evident. But the tactics creep into every part of it, and the stance as well. So 7-4 after nearly half of the match completed, and Li in the lead.
And the point you were making about stances and tactics, one of the things that's what the training comes down to. If you have, and this is what you see here, the stronger nations, let's say, you'll see a lot of them involved in the medals as we look across the card coming up. Brazil, People's Republic of China, Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, France, Italy, Mongolia. One of the factors that they have is that they have 4, 5, 6, 7 sparring partners that are just as good, if not better, than they are. So instead of saying, right, I'm going to go in this stance, I'm going to lead with that kick, you're practicing it every day, so it becomes embedded, it becomes natural. So you'll see a lot of fighters, the ability to respond in that split second. It's the speed of response time that is more indicative of who ends up on the top of the podium. A lot of people will figure it out in the car park. Some people will figure it out on the way home. I should have done that. The champions adapt in that moment.
And both these two right now with that chance to be a champion at the Paralympic Games. But securing passage to the gold medal match, the first job in that journey from this point.
And when I said figure it out in the car park, I actually meant psychologically, not, you know, duking it out in the street.
Not going for round 2. You know, that last kick that I almost made, well, let's try it again.
Exactly. That one landing low that time.
Round 5 for the Chinese fighter in the red.
Yeah, I think that's worth a throw of the video review there. They just came together. We talked about setting things up and stepping in. They both seem to clash in the middle. So the Gamjon was given for sliding in without the intention to kick. For me, only, and let's see what Paulo Ramirez has to say, to slide would be to have 1 or 2 movements of the non-kicking foot sliding forward just to keep yourself safe. For me, that looked like one movement and they both clashed in the middle. Rodrigo Ferla thought so too, and that is why he's getting his card back.
So sliding a form of negative Taekwondo.
Yeah. Slip sliding away.
I'm not losing a grip on this lead at the moment, Lee. But it does loosen somewhat with that score. And Fernandes gets to within 2. And she'll go to within 1. Gamjon now against...
I think we're going to see it the other way around. Where Eugene, as you say, gets the Gamjon, and I think the Chinese coach is going to make the same contention. No Gamjon, the call.
Hong Coach requests invalidation of Gamjon.
Small matter of this being a 2-point gap or a 1-point gap at the end of this. So it is Li Yuji who's hoping it will restore her 9-7 lead. This is invalidated. But it's rejected. So 9-8 we stay at. Still the lead for Li, but it's loosening, it's shortening. She adds another 2. 11-8. Goes back again. There was a Gamjon given now against Fernandes.
Yeah, and it's going to be the same contention now from the Brazilian coach to have the invalidation of Gamjon. That's the last 4 Gamjons that we've seen. All of them been challenged.
Coach requests invalidation Gamjon for sliding.
Hong Coach requests invalidation of Gamjon.
Paolo Ramirez will run the rule over this one. And it's been a little bit stop-start here with these contentions. The video review there, of course, to get it right.
And John, in your competition days, stops and starts such as this that we see for the technology side of things would have been presumably not as much. And
definitely not as much. We didn't have video replay back in the day. And of course, as we see the card pocketed there. But I'd rather they took their time and got it right than rushed it and got it wrong. So, but getting it right there with a good shot to the body, pulling it back to a 2-point game there.
The focus has to come straight back on for both these two. And for Fernandes, it does straight away. Two points on each side, 14-12.
Yeah, it's kind of like in football with VAR. Obviously, people, it's controversial, it can be slow, it can be annoying. But a lot of times when it lands in your favour, you think, well, okay, that's right. And that's what I've seen so far. But I think what we're seeing in terms of the balance of play at the moment, Silvana Fernandes really trying to push it now, trying to turn up the intensity, and that is suiting Li Yuji. And after all the timeouts for the video review, it's time for an actual timeout and a rest, because Li Yuji is looking for that, looking for the Brazilian Silvana Fernandes to come forward. And Rodrigo Fella said, get behind that front leg first before you come with the back leg. Well, that seems to be the universal sign language of Taekwondo.
Seconds left to run in this semi-final. Fernandes trailing by 2. Now trailing by 1. Gamjons keep on coming. Gamjons for fun at the moment.
With half a minute to go, trying to work her way forward again, quite rightly. Silvana Fernandes, the Brazilian, came in as the #1 seed, doesn't want to exit at this stage because she's still got the skills and the will. But that one's going to hurt. Li Yuji happy to run down the clock rope.
She's been leading right from the off, Li Yuji, on the scoreboard. Every time she's been under pressure, she's had the reaction required. Gets that again into the last 10 seconds she go. The spinning kicks have to come on now for Fernandes. The Brazilian in the blue trying her level best to level it up. But Li, with the right timing and the scoreboard management and an ability to see off those threats from Silvana Fernandes, the reigning world and Pan American champion, beaten by Li Yuji, and it's the Chinese by a score of 17-13 who goes through.
Une nouvelle demi-finale tout de suite, avec les messieurs de moins de 70 kilos.
And next up we have semi-final #1 for the men's -70 kilo category.
We'll see Azerbaijan's Imadine Khalilov in action now against Uzbekistan's Javokir Alikulov. And then semi-final at under 70 kilograms incoming. And John, once again, we have to give a pat on the back to those that mark out the seedings ahead of the competition. 1 against 4 in the semi-final. 2 big names facing off.
Yeah, it's been fitting that you've got the top seeds fighting it off at this stage. As we mentioned, the top nations with all that sparring to choose from, all that quality to work from, and now the big Paralympic final to go for.
Imadine Khalilov of Azerbaijan, the reigning world and European champion, looking to upgrade on his silver medal at the Paralympics.
The current Para World Champion and 2-time European champion.
Correction, in his second Paralympics, but looking to upgrade on his 7th place back in Tokyo.
En rouge, représentant l'Ouzbékistan.
In red, representing Uzbekistan, Javokir Alikulov.
Javokir Alikulov of Uzbekistan finished second in the world at the World Championships last year in Veracruz.
And gold medal winner at the Asian Championships.
At the Para-Asian Games last year in Hangzhou in China, he walked away with a bronze medal. And it was a titled encounter at the quarter-final stage against Garcia of Mexico. Sneaked that one by 5 points to 4. So Khalilov of Azerbaijan in the blue and Alikulov of Uzbekistan is in the red. The men's semi-final at under 70 kilograms begins. Alikulov gauging the distance right in the opening exchanges and scoring himself for the first 2. Climbing up onto the trunk protector of Khalilov.
Yeah, Alikulov, a master of being the shorter of the two, making that pay dividends. Gets in close with that stick, that little sharp front leg as well, but also the step-up double. He's one of these guys that we talk about all the time, either too far away or too close. When you're the shorter fighter in the category, used to fighting that way, he puts his weight on the front, which means it's easy if the opponent comes, he can close them down. Or if they come backwards to, or if they come in long, like so, he can just lean in.
It runs against the way the mind might conventionally work, to lean into contact, to lean into someone who's coming to attack you.
There's an old adage, is if someone's swinging a baseball bat at you, you don't move back, you move right in, you get in as close as possible. And that's the, I don't know where that adage came from, but growing up anyway, we knew it. And that's the danger. If you move back into that arc of what's coming, it's not going to be an arc of triumph for you, it's going to be run right in the gub, so you don't want that. But that bravery, that ability to stand in that distance and also to manipulate it, it's a point that you had made previously, Jack. If we watch the front feet of both men just creeping either forward or back, and those millimetres, if we watch the front leg, that's the difference. There's another key point, which we'll come to in a second. Once the front foot goes from pointing, let's say at 45 degrees to 90, it goes from pointing to the side to pointing to the front. If it's going to point to the front, that means that something's coming. So if it's standing side on, it means that it's not. So the good fighters, if you watch the front foot, so he's messing with the distance there. Alikulov just pretending, I'm going to go, I'm not going to go, I'm going to go, I'm not going to go. So that front foot, almost like a tease, a fence. And you watch Khalilov looking down, is he coming, is he not? And these are the things that when you're in there, are the most tiring to deal with, because you're constantly trying to process what's coming next.
Coming right now is Khalilov for his first 2 points. Taking an awful lot of defensive moments and measurements of distance to get those two.
Yeah, nice call of Oppa from Farid Tagazadeh, the Azeri coach. Happy with the work coming forward.
Back kick, but doesn't raise the foot up enough to hit the trunk. Didn't get the space he needed to do that, and John, that goes from Alikulov leaning towards the baseball bat coming towards him.
Exactly. Presents the smallest target possible, like so. And again, a function of, because there's no head kicks, you can do that without any fear of getting taken out in that regard.
Yeah, John, would you go into a little more detail for us on that one, please? The taking away of the head kicks, it's a safety measure, but it's not just something which is eliminated from the sport. It changes things and has positive ramifications as well for what we see in terms of attacks to the trunk.
Yeah, I agree with you. The body kicks, I think it adds to the game, because as we see a little push kick to the body landing in for Azerbaijan. You know, with Khalilov just finding the distance for that one. If you don't have the threat of getting kicked to the head, you can be much more free with the kicks to the body, and I think we see a lot more variety in the Paralympic Taekwondo. I was really encouraged at the Olympics to see plenty of variety as well as the fighters adjusting the score now to 4 to the good for the man in blue. Yeah, he's letting his friends and family know he's here to take this one. But that adjustment, I think it's a positive one, because psychologically you're not playing with fear. You're just thinking about get a point, score a point, get a point, score a point. You're not worried about what if I get knocked out here, and I think that adds to the gameplay. Whether or not forever and for all para-athletes, maybe there's, and I know there's a lot of debate, they say, well, what difference does it make? An Olympic athlete and a Paralympic athlete, our head is the same. Why can't we kick to the head? That was part of the function of the sport being included in the first place from Tokyo onwards. The face shields were part of that safety protocol as well. But things evolve, things change. But to your point, I think it does add something to the freedom with which the fighters conduct themselves. That was a very complicated way of saying they're not worried about getting kicked to the head.
To Khalilov. The Azerbaijani renewing those intentions there. The double kick attempt now. Alikulov returning fire. Into the last minute we go. 6-2 down for the Uzbekistani.
Javokir Alikulov trying to get up on his toes, trying to create something near that front leg. Not bad to the back of the protector, but for the first time he needs to let combinations go. And the little sneaky stick and kick technique of a shorter fighter, it's not going to be enough. Khalilov just made sure that the referee knew that that one had kicked him in the leg. And let's see.
On coach request invalidating counter.
And here's a question for you as we wait for the outcome of this. Because the match is conducted in Korean, do you think it's a lot for new people to come up with? Like Hong is red and Gamjom is this and Kallio is that. Do you think it would be better just to say red, blue, stop, start?
I think when you watch it on TV, that doesn't necessarily come through. Yourself, John, commentating on it, there's often the translation services that you provide for that. So I think on the broadcast, when you're learning it for the first time, it doesn't make a difference. It's nice to have it in one language, but I think as you get into it as well, then it offers a layer of intrigue, which if you're looking to explore the sport further, you want to have. The Korean language terms being part of deepening your own knowledge, and I think that's a nice aspect to delve into. But certainly for that first time, it helps when things are in one language rather than two. Last 10 seconds of the men's semi-final, with Khalilov going down in this final 10 with a 7-2 lead, holding on to his hard-earned points from the match. The Azerbaijani with the halfway celebrations being topped by those at the end of the 5 minutes. So focused, and the release of that tension, and he's through to the gold medal contest. Imadin Khalilov, the reigning world and European champion, has a chance to add the Olympic title to his mantelpiece, or even the Paralympic title as well. Let's correct that.
I know what you mean. We were here for both, so it is the same arena, and it's impossible when you see Taekwondo. We say Taekwondo is one family, so he will have that chance to go for the Paralympic title. And he's looked good value so far there, Khalilov, as he's carried off. One more big win like that is what he's looking for.
And now we have our semi-final for the women's -65-kilo competition. Please welcome your referee.
Now at under 65 kilograms, it is French, represented again from Jalika Diallo. And her opponent, Yao Yinan, France against the People's Republic of China.
In blue, representing People's Republic of China, Yao Yinan.
Yao Yinan of the People's Republic of China. She hails from Hangzhou in the eastern part of the country, right on China's eastern coastline. Asian Para Games gold medal last year in that home city of hers, in Hangzhou. She knows what it's like to perform and win in front of your home fans. She beat Beth Munro, the #1 seed in the draw, in her last round. Well, Jalika Diallo is not just from Paris, she's from just down the road in Paris. She's from Dugny in France, and outside supermarkets in her hometown, her face is put up on posters, just as it is here in the Grand Palais. Just 19 years of age, and already with silver medals from European Championships earlier this year in Belgrade. She seems to be coming very, very good at exactly the right time.
No question about it. This is her day of days so far. As you mentioned there, her hometown, also from the district of Épinay-sur-Seine, which is the same place of Althea Laron, Olympic champion from France, the first ever. Could she become the first ever Paralympic Taekwondo champ? A big step up now, but in terms of confidence, this arena, she's shown the ability to stand on top of the demands, plus the noise. Can she deliver now when the flags are flying?
So France's Jalika Diallo in the red, and China's Yao Yinan in the blue. the semi-final in the Para Taekwondo at the Grand Palais. Day turns tonight in Paris, and here we go in this one.
Yeah, and Yao Yanan has two jobs here. First, of course, to deal with Angelica Diallo. The second, to subdue the crowd and quieten them down. There's a good shot from the French fighter. And Habib Kjaer, Olympic silver medalist, the coach in the corner, happy with the start.
And both firing shots off and scoring shots. Yao with the better of the early exchanges for a 4-2 lead. Anyone just joining our coverage here in the Grand Palais, the key things to know in Para Taekwondo is the scoring is through 2, 3 or 4 points. 2 points for a standard kick to the trunk, and that's what we've seen so far to get to the points we're on. 3 points for a back kick and 4 for a spinning kick to the trunk. There are no headshots allowed in Para Taekwondo. Punches can be sorts, but they won't score you direct points. They can be part of your game plan, your fight plan instead. A distraction tool and the like. So Yao bouncing around, feinting, trying to force a reaction from Diallo and then profit from that reaction.
Yeah, and she's done it well so far. You can see the difference in the two depths of stances. Yao Yanan much deeper, much more squat in her style. So just keeping herself low, standing up straight, very tall. Angelica Diallo, not just in terms of height, but in terms of keeping your feet together. So every time she moves, her head comes up in the air. And Yao Yanan is anticipating that. Has picked her off a couple of times on the counter.
Cockerels amongst the tricolores. The French fans so organised, John, as well, to get themselves into the arena, into the right seats. The flags fly. The face of the next French athlete on is printed large. I'd like to see the printers, the size of the printers for the faces that we see in the crowds. That would be really interesting.
Yeah, no question about it. The big head in the crowd, but marginally ahead so far, Yao Yanan. As we see the French fans doing their thing, but big fan of the work so far of Yao Yanan, because she's been very calm, very composed. By way of contrast, just a few fans of the People's Republic of China. A few more watching at home, I'm sure. But the ability to stay calm underneath all of that and just process what's coming at you, because Paralympic semi-final, Grand Palais, 6,000 sellout, you're fighting against the home nation. But what Yao Yanan, is looking at is Angelica Diallo and saying, no, I know how to deal with you, and I'm only going to compete against you. None of these other variables. And that's paying fruitful dividends for her.
China with the most formidable record in the Paralympic Games. They've topped the medals table as a nation for the last 5 editions. They're not top of the rostrum in overall medals from all time from the very first Games in 1948. Still the USA top that and Great Britain second, but China in recent history, the last 20 years, have been the best when it comes to the Paralympic Games.
And that know-how creates a culture. You can change the sport as you can change the score here. Angelica Diallo pulls it back to a 2-point game, but staying calm, critical, but also sometimes, if that's your nature, Angelica Diallo is going to have to deal with the fact that everyone's on her side. Can she fire her way forward, make a fight out of it, change things up? Because if you fight at the opponent's pace, well, there's only going to be one outcome with this 4-point difference.
And this crowd want to be fed. They want to keep being fed 2-point scores, 3-point, 4 points if possible. Can Diallo deliver those scores?
That's the big question. She's doing better here with those 3-4 combinations. I know they did renovations in the stadium, but I hope they secured the roof with enough rivets.
Yeah, the roof and the foundations as well. What are you seeing, John, that is Diallo's best way forward here?
I think what we saw in that last exchange, working behind the front leg for safety and then let 2 and 3 kicks go, and it's paid off for it in that exchange. Hence Team China calling that timeout. They're concerned with the pendulum swinging towards the French corner. The difficulty now is when you stand tall like that and you come in, you're presenting a big target. If we look by way of contrast, of course, for Yao Yinan, she keeps herself well covered up. She's in a small, almost tucked in position. That could be pivotal down the stretch here. However, there's still a lot of time left. There's no way that Yao Yinan will gas out. Not a chance with the prodigious level of training that they do. Likewise, Diallo will be in imperious physical condition, 19 years old as well. The energy of the crowd, I think this one's going to go right down to the wire. However, in this next 30 seconds, any mistakes could be crucial in the red corner, so she has to be conservative to start, then down the stretch, go for it.
Conservative in the sense that the best form of defence is attack. And Diallo is on that offensive, but plodding that way forward carefully.
Yeah, you're right. And another little imponderable within that, as you're just thinking that, as you're saying it, the backline turning kick reins in, pulls it back to parity. The role of the referee. I haven't seen a single Gamjon as yet.
Now the lead. This is 6 points in a row now. Attack after attack for Diallo. 10-8. Those French fans being kept happy, being fed the right stuff right now. And Diallo will have that ringing in her ears, cascading down from the top of the Grand Palais. It makes a heck of a din here. Again, more points ahead. Riding the crest of a wave right now. She can't do anything wrong at the moment. And the timeout has been used by China. How does Yao Yinan turn this around? Last 45 seconds to go.
Well, whatever happened, Kjaer was telling her in the coaching corner, I hope she's on a raise for this one, because that is 5 back-to-back left leg simple shots on the inside. Make it 6. Following in behind that jab, kicking and closing. And is she closing in on a possible Paralympic Games final? Yao Yinan responding, pulling it back to an 8-point game with half a minute to go. However, Diallo has made the adjustment. It looks as if it could pay off. There's one shot, though, that's going to make it tight down the stretch.
Now the gap's down to 6 with 23 seconds remaining. And this comes at a good time, actually, for Diallo. Just a pause, ever so slight. Does that affect the momentum of Yao, who's trying to forge the comeback?
And this the benefit now, having the long legs and the high stance. She can use that just to ward off Yao Yinan and shut this clock down.
Diallo in the red for France, looking to get red, white and blue, waving in the stands, and she's going to do it. She's through to the gold medal contest in Paris. And she hit the most beautiful form at the right time. to completely take this contest away from Yao Yinan, who'd looked so composed up until this point, but this crowd wanted more. She gave them more every single time.
And as if you needed telling,
magical moments for coach and fighter. I hope Kjaer, someone picks her glasses up for her there, because she's going to need them, because she had the sharp eye to change the tactics. Yao Yinan just been helped to her feet there, and she'll have to recover to go for bronze. She pushed it to the absolute limit. But what a performance there. Diallo. Well, back-to-back big nights for the French coaching team. Kjaer was in the coaching corner for Zakia Khudaradi when she made that historic bronze. She's made more history now in the coaching corner for Diallo, who's into the first ever Paralympic final for France. And as you've pointed out the whole time, Jack, what a place in which to do it.
Well, Yao Yinan can't believe it, and many in the arena can't believe it. She was looking every inch the dominating force in this one, but Diallo turned the domination around, and she was dictating by the end.
Elle vous donne rendez-vous en finale. À tout à l'heure. Prochain match, une nouvelle demi-finale, catégorie messieurs de moins de 63 kilos.
And next up we have the men's minus 63 kilo semi-final.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
Antonino Bossolo of Italy now up against Gangbat Borordine.
En bleu, représentant l'Italie.
In blue, representing Italy,
Antonino Bossolo.
Antonino Bossolo bounces into the arena. He lives in Rome, and many say that the only city on earth which can compare with the one we're in right now is where this man trains. But he's actually from down in Sicily, in Palermo. He's a Sicilian in nature. The passion always comes through, and Bossolo with a 17-4 victory in the quarter-final to get himself ready for action here. The world champion from last year, ready for action at these Paralympic Games. Now that introduction is hard to top as well. Gangbat Borordine from Mongolia, from their capital in Ulaanbaatar. Five-time world champion, number 2 seed here, defeating Castro in his quarter-final. A man who was originally inspired to take up the sport by Jet Li as well as Jackie Chan. He specifically likes the Lethal Weapon films as well, but Jackie Chan also. So he's a day after the visit to this arena from Jackie Chan, but I'm sure he would have caught up with things and will have been buzzed to have seen Hollywood royalty dropping in on Paris 2024, as we all were martial arts royalty as well. But royalty perhaps for the winner of this one as well. A gold medal contest up for grabs for the winner of this semi-final. Bossolo of Italy is in the blue, and Gangbat Borordine of Mongolia in the red.
And Antonino Bossolo knows about Gangbat's back kick as he throws it there. But the speed of the Italian negated that, so the faster the opponent comes to you, the higher you have to jump to catch them with that short, sharp shot. So that's a good tactic from the Italian, just to rush him a little bit. Should have said rush hour because you'd said Jackie Chan, but it's too late. Rush hour 2.
2, yeah. Good to own your mistakes, John Cullen. Harsh to call that a mistake. Nevertheless, we set high standards here. These two are setting a high standard as well. How about the exhilaration and the high octane beginning to this one?
Yeah, they're going for it, putting the foot down straight away, as is the referee. That's only Gamjoms given. Only Gamjoms in the building. But certainly trying to skirt round the edge of the mat there. But sharp on it was the referee. So that's what the tail of the tape has been so far. But like you rightly said, both men, no quarter given. As Gambat comes forward, kicks very low there. There's a bit of a kickboxing effort there.
Takes the next Gamjom for kicking below the belt. Those yellow cards. If you receive 10 of them in a match, then you lose it automatically. But we're a long way from that at this stage, but they are the only points on the board so far, despite the spinning kick attempts. Well, if you land one of those, that's 4 points. So you are rewarded for going through the 360 and landing a kick to the trunk. And that was one that connected, but not with enough force from the Mongolian. It forced Bossolo out of the contest area, so that's another Gamjom point.
Here's the back kick this time. Change stance, drew him in. So he's got a good back kick on both legs. And that would be worth 3 points. There's the spin kick. And do you know what I really liked before? As you rightly said, this is going to create another step out Gamjom, let's call it. Baknasan Dorjansan, the Mongolian coach, just gave a wry smile because he knows that Bolar Gambat is going to come in spinning. That's what he's going to do. And instead of saying, oh no, be more conservative, don't do that, he's happy to let him go, which creates the momentum. If not, the direct scores just yet.
Bossolo's coach saying left then right. Antonino tried in that combination. So that left foot of his at the back, poised for a turning kick. But firstly having to move himself out of harm's way and quickly with the fast feet of Gangbat coming towards him.
Yeah, it's also the confusing tactics by Gambat. Only he could use a spin kick as a fake. He's trying to throw these spin kicks from too far away so that Bossolo will come into it and then he can step up with the back kick. But Antonino Bossolo wise to it as he goes back now to Giovanni Lopinto to get a little bit more instruction.
How much do you risk when you go for a spinning kick, John, in terms of points that could be scored on you?
When, like these back kicks here, so if you spin, you're turning your back on your opponent, you don't know what's there. So that gives your opponent a little bit more time to review things and throw a back kick. What Gambat is gambling on, and you could say it's Gambat's gambit, is that he's knowing that there's no back kick coming back at him. So he knows that Bossolo's not comfortable on the counter back kick, so he's throwing them. What he's trying to do is get him to draw that shot out. So it's that risk and reward. If you're throwing a spinning kick when there's a head kick possibility, then it's a massive risk. This one, a lot more calculated.
For all the spins and swivels, still no points scored via kicks in the semi-final. It's no less compelling to watch, though. Always the expectation that something is about to take off, or someone.
Exactly.
Points apiece. Every Time you fall to the floor in Taekwondo. That's, guess what, a Gamjon. Almost going through the full repertoire in this semi-final. And yet it hasn't even been the main feature of it. It's a strange scenario we find ourselves in. But this is the scenario they're in, and this is the game they're having to play and try and work it through with 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, neither man is there to be hit at the moment. Both just deflecting the shots off a little bit here. So that triple kick combination, that final one in the end there from Gambart, very unlucky not to score. As we keep towards, well, the real business end now. We could go into the golden score.
"20 seconds remaining" is the call from Giovanni Lopinto. He's letting his fighter know this is the time to do it. This is the time to let those legs loose again and try and take this. 10 seconds remaining. Here comes Gambart, likewise, his intention. Then the brief exchange. They separate for a moment. The last attempt here from Gambart, and the only score of the contest. And it's the Mongolian who came out spinning and swiveling. And after 5 minutes, finally one of them lands.
The one with the spin, and he's got the strength to lift up coach and physio. What a performance.
Really tight match, incredibly close, and it came down to the last second.
Magic moments for Mongolia. Bollard, Erden, Gambart really earning that one. And Bossolo, the lone figure in the middle.
Truly great from Gambart. And a golden chance now for him. The Paralympic final awaits.
Well, very fortunate just at the European Championships, and just before we're doing a series called 100 Days to the Paralympic Games, and he was one of the features, and he did a little feature to the camera saying 100 days to the Paralympics, 106 days till my final. He was right.
On target again. But it took him 5 minutes to get this connection. So much so to the point that you're wondering whether the electronic scoring systems were turned on properly. They were on all right. It was just that high quality.
And next up, the semi-final for the women's -57 kilo fight.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
Gamze Girdle of Turkey up against Marija Misev of Serbia in the women's semi-final.
In blue, representing Serbia,
Marija Misev.
Marija Misev of Serbia from the country's capital in Belgrade.
a silver and bronze medalist at the World Championships and a two-time silver medalist at the European Games.
Her second Paralympic Games after competing in Tokyo but finishing 7th then. She's already bettered that here. Can it get any better? And can she guarantee herself a medal by going through to the final? But up against her from Turkey again in Erzurum is Gamze Girdal, European champion for the last 3 years running.
And three-time European champion.
You just said that.
Myself and the stadium announcer, we clearly go to the same places for Taekwondo research.
That's it, Dave Payne getting the research right.
Indonesia's Martina Navratilova. Speaking of tennis inspirations, Marija Misev is sport for choice in Serbia these days. Novak Djokovic, of course, Milica Juricic, the two-time Olympic champion who was commentating with us in the Olympic Games, but of course also her brother as well. Fantastic Taekwondo practitioner himself, Milan Michev, represented Serbia at non-para Taekwondo. So the Serbian in the blue, and for Turkey, Goverdhan in the red. Slips up to the face, that one from Goverdhan. So Gamjon, no intent there at all, just striking the top of the protector and then slipping upwards. So 1 point on the board. Spinning back kick attempt from Goverdhan now. Also doesn't land.
And that one did land a little bit low. Good refereeing from Martina Navratilova, letting it flow. And Goverdhan finds her own flow in the score. 2 points for a kick to the body. There are sensors on the sock, sensors on the body. And there are no head kicks in para taekwondo.
From in close, Michev tries to work away for some close quarter shots to the trunk, doesn't land. So there is Milan Michev, her brother, in the corner for Sister Maria tonight. Bojan Todorovic as well, a coach for Michev. It's a real team effort behind the Serbian, as it so often is. It is almost every time.
Yeah, I think that's an important thing, is they head back forward. There's a bit of coaching instruction here. Is the fact that it is an individual sport, but it is a team that's around you. And if you are interested in the sport, you think, I'd quite like to do that, but don't want to be on my own. You are part of a bigger collective. Coaches are right there with you. You can see, surrounded by that Formula One team group with you. And also the biggest thing that's been checked now is the protector system, just to make sure that it's all working.
Do a quick check before we will resume the match.
It doesn't go wrong very often, but very occasionally. Adjustment of the wires, and yeah, the pit stop element, John, you allude to. Useful idea in combat sports if it is like a break, isn't it? A top up. You can tap into new energies when you come back out. Goverdhan, first back onto the mat. Place in the Paralympic final at stake. Well, they both have the experience from Tokyo, these two. Only Goverdhan competed for a medal, though, in the end finishing 5th. 2 more points for Turkey's Goverdhan.
She's just been that bit more persistent in the exchanges. Good work from Michev, but a good time, I would think, to get that time out. Denise Touré, the coach in the Turkish corner, just trying to calm things down a bit, but it's been really very good from Goverdhan. And the reason for that is just that conversation that they've had to plan out the game plan, and then that concentration in the midst of the fire of the match, because it's the first and last is always the best adage when it comes to combat. If you're going to initiate, make sure you finish it as well, and Goverdhan has done that.
A good shot of where we are, and the Grand Palais with an overlay on above, actually, so that the light in the daytime doesn't become too oppressive. It can get incredibly warm in here. It was built at a time before electricity was around, so maximizes the natural light in here, but we're under the nightlife in Paris tonight now. Lights are down outside. It's all about the spotlight on these two. 7-1 for Goverdhan at the moment, halfway through.
And you mentioned the big cast on top of the roof, but just a little bit in the shadows at the moment. Maria Michev just struggling to get through with these back leg kicks. And as soon as she does that pivoting movement, that sideways movement from Goverdhan, providing the moving target. Good work from the Turkish fighter.
And absolutely the keeper of time right now is Goverdhan. All these seconds and moments eating away, everything on her side. Milan Michev knows things have to change quickly. 8 points behind is his sister Maria.
There are certain fights, though, that you see, Jack, and this is one of them, that if they fought today, tomorrow and the day after, Goverdhan's going to come out on top just because of that precision in the key moments and just that little bit of subtlety and ring craft. Mirana Michev is working hard to get into the positions, but every single time she's been met with strong kicks and scoring kicks at the end of the exchanges.
Time-out call by Goverdhan's corner.
I think by Goverdhan herself there, because as much as I was saying about how well concentrated she is in what she's doing, clearly tired as well, the big occasion. And the effort of the serve putting the pressure on her there.
In terms of the tiredness across the course of the day, John, how much do you have to manage? Do you have to manage that? Should you ever be trying to manage it, even within a fight, aware that if you're up like this, there are contests to come? I know there's 60 seconds to go, and no one would admit to doing that.
No, you're right. At an unconscious level, you're thinking, look, if I can keep something in the pocket here for the final, I'll do it. And then you get into match confirmation mode, or even conservation mode, when you start looking at the clock and you start to fight two things at once, that can divide your attention, and that is, you know, something that can let your opponent back in. So the only thing here for Gamze Goverdhan, 20-25 good seconds either of defence or straight on the attack, and then she's into the home straight, and then the desperation rises for Michev. But this next 20 seconds critical.
Yeah, get that right, and things change again, don't they, for Michev?
She's done the main part of the job there, Gamze Goverdhan.
Last 30. Nothing material from that last 30 seconds for Michev. And so with it, those chances fly up into the air, out of reach.
And this was the stage that you mentioned. Do you start keeping something back for the final? There's your answer. Couple of shots into the final. Gamze Goverdhan will go, and she'll go in there with plenty of confidence, having been pushed far enough by Michev, but still with enough in the tank.
Yeah, Michev, the job to reset for the bronze medal contest. As a fight, things peter out, both with plans to make now for what comes next, but Gamze Goverdhan with a massive Kjaer, a yell to release those tensions that she was keeping under wraps for the whole 5 minutes, but she was brilliant, tactically excellent.
Gamze Goverdhan through to the final.
Gamze girdle over the semi-final hurdle and into the gold medal contest.
Place maintenant à la demi-finale des hommes de moins de 70 kilos.
Next up, the men's minus 70 kilo semi-final.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
Men's under 70 kilogram semi-final now. Kudo Shunsuke of Japan against Fatih Çelik of Turkey.
Japon.
In blue, representing Japan,
Kudo Shunsuke.
Kudo Shunsuke of Japan, 31 years of age, after competing in a home Paralympic Games last time out where he finished 7th. He's on the road and with a travelling band of supporters who are making their support known, and in a very aesthetically pleasing way, I must say. So how will Kudo be out on the mat? Will he please his supporters? He takes his bows and gets ready. Fatih Çelik of Turkey with a big smile to enter the arena and making at least two people's days absolutely made already. Turkey flags flying again, really well represented. Massive para-taekwondo squad that Turkey have brought to Paris. Can Fatih Çelik ensure they have another medal in para-taekwondo by making it through to the final? He beat Nikoladze in the quarterfinals. No fiercer competitor than the Georgian. Good contest that one, 24-19. Canada's Stéphane Ménard in the middle. Fatih Çelik in the red, gets ready. He's actually a really good footballer as well. He's played in goal in para-football at a national level in Turkey. He's even helped to establish an amputee football club as well 10 years ago, but kicking off in a different way. Çelik in the red and Kudo of Japan in the blue.
So a footballer called Çelik. I should have said come on the Çelik, but he's got a chance to come forward now because Shunsuke Kudo knows all about the qualities. They've fought before on a couple of occasions, the Turk winning both of them.
Takes flight in a big way. It falls to the floor, so a penalty point against him. And Çelik with the first 2 points via the feet in the semi-final. Imodin Khalilov of Azerbaijan is the man who will face the winner of this in the final.
And if it is Fatih Çelik that makes it through, they fought recently at the European Championships in Belgrade, so they know each other well acquainted. Khalilov came out on top that time. At the moment, it's a touch just by the merest of margins, keeping it professional and simple so far. Motion is the call, just to fake, just to bring in for that reason there.
Back kick from Kudo, but the arm in the air from Celik. Fancied that he scored the points. No score either side.
Yeah, Fatih Celik just gave a little wave across to the coach for a second there, just to say, is it a possibility for a test? Well, this is not so good. This is now becoming a pattern. This is the third time today we've had this, so KPMP with work to do. Shouldn't happen during a match, shouldn't happen at all.
Is it possible, John, for coaches to request a test?
It is. They can request a test. If they're successful, then obviously the protector system is checked and reconfigured, let's say, and restarted. If it's if they say, I want a test, and the thing's actually working, they lose their card and it's a gam jump.
On this occasion, it was a test call by the officials.
The referee decided, let's have a little check on this, Stefan Menard.
What are you seeing, John, that's keeping the scores as they are? Is it good defence or the intentions from attack need to be better?
I think it's an intentionally slow pace. I think both men are aware of the situation that they're in. Neither wants to commit. Kudo Shunsuke has been told just to mind his distance, and that's why it's paid off there. But I think it's been intentionally patient by Shunsuke Kudo. But Fatih Celik, we know he's got all the spins, the doubles. We haven't seen those yet. There's the back kick the first time. So I think as much as it's been, let's say, decent defence, it's been more about both men slowing it down. And that's the occasion. That's the situation, what's at stake.
Kudo with another two. Just taking a little bit more change out of these exchanges at the moment, and Celik 3 points down.
Yeah, Ismail Menekşe was happy with the work from him at the start. He was giving him the thumbs up, saying good job with the attempted step through double kick that he did at the start. But latterly, he's just seen the pendulum swinging towards the Japanese corner and intervening now.
Is there a Turkish national style, John, that runs through every fighter that they are able to take to an elite level?
I would say that in terms of national characteristics there are, in terms of an overarching style that suits every single one ever. You have ones as desperate as Tazagul Servet that would spin from the chandeliers and kick someone at the same time, and then you would have Nur Tatar who would stand behind the guard. So you have a bit of everything. The one thing you can guarantee from anyone that makes it into the Turkish national team, they have the same radar. They have the same ability to read what's coming to them because they do so much competition. There's so much. You mentioned the depth and size of the team. That goes for, you know, all of the clubs within Turkey. There's a very strong professional setup. So there's a lot of sparring, hence the ability to read what's going on, and it makes a little bit better reading now. Still a 3-point game, but that radar is central to, well, pretty much all tough fighting top-class Taekwondo nations.
The sights tuning in nicely for Turkey here, although Kudo again comes away with two. Celik with a flurry of points at the end of the break.
Yeah, I think the Japanese coach is going to ask for the Gamjom to be taken away here, this penalty point. Yeah, pushing. Invalidation of Gamjom. Instead of just falling over because of the kick, he's saying that Kudo Shunsuke fell over and was pushed over. Did he fall or was he pushed?
Chong coach requests invalidation of Gamjom.
Card pocketed by Stefan Menard, so the scores stay as they were. And the two go back to it. Celik in the red, 2 down on Kudo of Japan. The winner goes through to the final at under 70 kilograms.
There's the back kick. That's going to make a big difference, a 3-pointer. There'll be a point added now by Stefan Menard.
Pause to confirm that, because those elements are added by the ringside judges, but you saw it in the moment, John, and the judges catching up. 11-10, the lead for Celik. Kudo has had the lead for the majority of the contest. The last 30 is upon us. Celik having really turned things around since his timeout was called. But now the temptation or the decision to hold on to what he's got or to seek more in these last 15 seconds. Scores keep coming.
Well, as you say, sticker twist, and he's gone for it. That little bit of daylight now. The back kick attempted there by the man from Japan leaves another space.
A few more to make himself feel a little more comfortable. He can hide away here, back away, protect what he's got, and know that he's got a gold medal contest coming his way now. And Fatih Celik with a heavy degree of ambition and style. He didn't rely on gameplay. He backed himself and his weaponry, and they came good. They sought out the target on Kudo Shunsuke's trunk protector. And Celik in the air. A medal guaranteed again for Turkey in Para Taekwondo. Shunsuke Kudo with a lot to admire about his performance as well, but just not having that wherewithal that Turkey's man had.
Yeah, kudos to Kudo. He pushed it right to the end. Took 2 to make a really good fight, and in the end it was just that little margin, and it sets it up nicely as Fatih Celik and Khalilov meet again.
And next up we have the last semi-final, and this is for the men's 70 kilogram, women's 65 kilogram. My mistake.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees. In blue, representing Cameroon,
Marie-Antoinette Dassy.
So Marie-Antoinette Dassy of Cameroon. She's just the 6th athlete from Cameroon to compete in a Paralympic Games. They've not won any medals previously. This match and its outcome will decide whether one of those is guaranteed or not. The delegation here from Cameroon is its biggest ever, with 5, 2 up from Tokyo. And Marie-Antoinette Dassy with 2 wins from 2. Cecile of Turkey beaten in the last rounds. A great chance here for Cameroon. And from Brazil, though, Ana Carolina Silva de Moira. She is the reigning world champion, as well as the Parapan American champion from last year. Brazilian flags flying, and on those Brazilian flags it says Ordem e Progresso. Order and progress, and for Silva de Moira, the progress to the next gold medal contest is what she wants. In order to do that, she'll have to get through a very potentially tough, but also an opponent who she won't necessarily know all that much about. Spain's Paula Ramirez Ruiz in the middle for this.
And that is an important point about Marie-Antoinette Dassy, the unexpected athlete to make it through to this semi-final, but I've been watching her all day and she has been excellent. Fundamentals, rock solid, timing, smart, the athleticism. She's up against it now, of course, in terms of the quality, and there's a good start straight away. The scoreboard has just come on.
And 2 points on it already for Silva de Moira, adds another already. Before we've even introduced her colours as well, that's how fast she's moving. Silva de Moira of Brazil in the red, and Dassy of Cameroon in the blue.
Yeah, it's important now for Marie-Antoinette to keep her head here, because she is 4 points down, but just has to stay calm as she tries to fire in there, at least to create the gam jump. And it's not just bullying forward with athleticism. There's a lot of thought going into these kicks from the Cameroonian fighter, but she's got plenty to ponder now as 4 becomes 6 and she's in a bit of a fix.
Quick fire 6, isn't it, from the Brazilian? Good backing away, good evasion from Marie-Antoinette. And John, given the height difference between the two, how does Marie-Antoinette Dassy approach things to make it a height advantage actually for herself as the smaller fighter?
I think if we go back to 0-0 and the match hasn't started, and you're looking at it thinking, okay, I'll stand on the spot, let the taller fighter come in, and then work from that distance there. Now she has to come forward, and the problem that she's kind of exacerbating is instead of moving into the distance, she's kicking into the distance. So she's kicking fresh air, leaving a space, tiring herself out, and then waiting there is Silva de Moira, who's looking for Moira.
Already with an established lead after 90 seconds. The opening bars of a semi-final don't come much more composed than they have for Silva de Moira. Lives and trains in Belo Horizonte, but someone who actually got into the sport because she was mugged. Thieves stole a necklace off Ana Carolina Silva de Moira, the Brazilian. And it was a necklace that her aunt had given her when she was born, and she said she was so angry with how defenseless she was in that moment that she started looking for a place where she could practice a martial art such as Taekwondo, and she did. And this is where it's led her.
Yeah, and from a necklace around her neck, it could be a big medal around her neck as well, because she's in good form here, isn't she, Jack? Because she's got everything right. As much as I was praising Marie-Antoinette Dassy for getting it right all the way through, in terms of the start, couldn't have been much worse. Not in terms of intent or in terms of plan, just in terms of execution. Misjudged the distance, left the space, was 4-0 down within the first 20 seconds, maybe less than that. And then it's become just a real slog for her to try and get through this one. By way of contrast, Ana Carolina Silva de Moira beginning to relax now and feel the vibe in this one. Still doesn't have thoughts of the final, still a lot of time left. But she's up on her toes and relaxed.
So relaxed and clearly playing exactly the right kind of game. Her own game here. 11 points to nothing up. John, often hear Taekwondo players talking about letting their legs go, and there's an obvious explanation to that. But is there anything more to it? Is it a state of mind? Is it how well you've managed to prepare your body physically?
It's a function of both. So psychologically, again, if you have changed the context, say it's 0-0, at that point you're not going to let your legs go. You're going to manage the game. You're going to see what's possible. At this stage, it's slipping away now for Marie-Antoinette Dassy. So you either let your legs go and just throw caution to the wind and try and get back into this, which is what she did before the last little break, or now you might think, you know what, there's a bronze medal possibility for me. Am I going to use it all here in this semi-final, as it now goes to basically halfway to a point gap situation? So then, given the context, you'd think, well, I might just look busy, stay busy, without using too much in the tank. But we're at 15 points all, and you were thinking, right, I'm going to go for it now, then you can say it's psychological, because you have to say, well, I'm going to try and win this rather than not lose it.
Given that it's a fight in a combat sport, when something goes as well for one person at a stage where you know both exponents are really very good, it's remarkable to see just how the points can be accrued for one person. Saw it with Diallo, the French fighter, as well. 2-point score after 2-point sport, everything going her way for a period.
That's a big thing as well. Sometimes it's your day. Sometimes you see people in the final with the gold medal and you think, well, that wasn't expected. And sometimes you see those that were expected to win losing in the first match. You can wake up that day not feeling great. You can, or by way of contrast, you can say, well, I'm going for it today. And to be fair, Marie-Antoinette Dassy, in terms of her progress through to the Paralympic Games semi-final, has had the day of days so far. So great credit to her. She's still in with a shout for the bronze. Will not make it into the final now. But Silva de Mora will be happy this is a run out. She picks up another 2.
What would you like to see in the bronze medal contest from Marie-Antoinette Dassy? How would you like her to approach that?
Depending on who she's up against in that contest, of course. But I think the lessons to be taken from this one is concentration right at the start, and then try and use your footwork into that distance. If, again, she's the shorter fighter of the two, try not to kick off the spot to get into that distance. Move your feet, then let your kicks go, which she was doing earlier on. But again, the occasion, the venue, lots of different factors that can just take you back to page 1 of your basic habit, which in a Taekwondo class is stand on the spot and kick. And a lot of people regress back to that first habit when they're under pressure. So if she can take the learnings from this, she'll take some stopping in the bronze medal contest.
Diallo, mentioned earlier, and she is the person who lies in wait for what is almost beyond doubt now. Silva de Mora. It's an appetising matchup in the gold medal contest, isn't it? And as it will be for Marie-Antoinette Dassy in her bronze medal match. It'd be great to see more of her, and for Cameroon to have a chance at a famous medal. It's all over here. And for Ana Carolina Silva de Mora, the night gets better and better. It's not all over for Marie-Antoinette Dassy. Lots more excitement and potential for a famous night for her and Cameroon. But so too for Brazil. And semi-final victories rarely come as secure, as well wrapped and as well presented as this. That was brilliant.
médaille de bronze des féminines, des hommes de moins de 63 kilos.
We move into the bronze medal contest now at under 63 kilograms. Antonino Bossolo of Italy against Israel's Adnan Milad.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
So the referees on the way into this one, a 5-minute round, and they will give out any gam jobs, any penalties. 10 of those, you will lose the match, but of course, we certainly hope that won't be the fate of the bronze medalists as they get ready to enter.
Antonino Bossolo with just the briefest of turnarounds since he lost his semi-final in the very last second to Gangbak of Mongolia. But the Italian from Palermo in Sicily bounces into the arena. Ready to fight for bronze. He is the world champion from Mexico last year. He also fought for bronze in Tokyo 3 years ago. This time he's facing Adnan Milad of Israel. Now the contrast here is even more stark because Milad didn't have to fight in his repechage. He got a bye through to this contest due to the withdrawal of Saeed Sarigapur of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So not since the last session, since over 5 hours ago, did he last compete, and it's less than an hour since Bossolo competed. Sim Yongkyun of the Republic of Korea is the referee. And John, that'll be on the awareness level of both these two, but something that by now at this point heads on.
Of course, it's about the game plan now, Jack, and about executing it, but that is a little plus in the bonus column there for Adnan Milad. He'll be the fresher of the two. He also mentioned Antonio Bossolo having to set aside that dejection of coming so close to making it all the way through. So there are some psychological factors carrying in. Can work both ways, depends on your nature. Antonino Bossolo might just come out and throw caution to the wind, and he certainly started quite fast here.
The Italian in the blue and Milad of Israel in the red. Another night at the Grand Palais and another chance for medals for Israel in para-taekwondo after Asaf Yashur on night one. Raised the roof of the Grand Palais with his stunning gold medal. High weight category here, heavier exponents, and the first points now in this bronze medal contest. Bossolo with them for two.
Yeah, worth pointing out, if you've just joined us, there are sensor socks on the body. When they connect together, you'll get 2 points for that. A back kick will get you 3 and a spin will get you 4. And of course the battle is either the front leg, the one closest to it, or the back leg. You can guess which one that is, of course, and about controlling the distance in between. The referees will give out any penalties, and there's one little yellow card on the board, which sees it set at 2 points to 1. A good back leg tourniquet raining in there for Bossolo.
4-1 for the Italian. He's a man who's part of the Italian police force, the sporting section of it, and he's trying to lay the long leg of the law down at the moment for Bossolo and for Italy. Speaking of leg lengths, both similarly matched as well, John, in terms of that height. And the Israeli comes charging back here, Milad.
Yeah, same Milad. Adnan just slightly the taller of the two, not by very much. And that leg length just leaving a space there as he comes in. But certainly not holding back in terms of the power. Antonino Bossolo, just with that one penalty point helping him out, giving him the lead. There was a little signal there from Antonino Bossolo back to his coach to say, that'll do me, get me out of here.
We'll have a pause after just over 2 minutes at 6-5 for Bossolo.
And that's, of course, where the training comes in. You have that maximal effort in sparring, you rest, and then you go again. Antonino Bossolo is going to have to do that with that disappointment still somewhere in his body that he hasn't made it through, but he still has the chance to win a major Paralympic medal. And it's the merest of margins between the two because the referee is the only thing that's separated them so far. And that could be something then for Adnan Milad to try and capitalise upon, try and put the pressure on here early. Because it was the Italian that visibly shook to his coach to say, right, I need a break here. His opponent will know that, so maybe he can put the pressure on now.
Certainly seeming to begin with those intentions, Milad.
That one was just a little bit high. Signals to the coach there. Takes the head guard off just to emphasise the point. Yehal Sharabi will be asking for that. Dangerous play. Kick up to the face.
Home coach requests dangerous play for Kam Jong.
Well, the crowd doing their part to try and encourage the gam jump. And the thumbs up says it all.
All tied up again. Bossolo goes for an ambitious double kick and just given away a gam jump for a shot to the head. That was a little wild. It shows where his instincts are right now. He wants to win this outright through Taekwondo, not through any gameplay or leaving things to chance, as of course happened in the semi-final. It was cat and mouse. There were no kicks deciding things until the very end, and Bossolo was caught out. Well, he doesn't want that to happen again, and he's fighting like it. Launching into the trunk for another couple of scores, 10-8. Scores with Bossolo and counter. Again, the Israeli Adnan Milad telegraphing that back leg turning kick from too far away. And Bossolo read the play. Concedes a gam jump though for avoiding the fight.
And Adnan Milad's going to have to change it up. He's picked off one underneath there. Got the distance right that time. As we go the distance here in this one, Antonino Bossolo has gone into defensive mode. Can he come back in? as they get tangled up in the centre. Antonino Bossolo happy to get into the clinch for a few moments here because the power is coming from Adnan Milad. He's just swinging for the fences with these kicks here.
Right at the bottom of the guard there. Connects better with that one. Last 30. Antonino Bossolo with a lead, but not any longer. We go to all level, 12 points apiece. 4 Gamjongs again against Bossolo, affecting his scoreline. There we go for another. The lead for Adnan Milad of Israel. And the timeout called. And a good time to play it as well. There is, rather than the timeout, excuse me, it's the challenge. Video replay request.
Yeah, you've got to throw the card at this stage. There's no way that Giovanni Lopinto can just let that one sit there with a card in his pocket.
Invalidate Gamjong for grabbing.
Because this would decide the destination of the bronze, so we won't be privy to exactly the replay, which is unfortunate. Hopefully next time they signal directly from the referee, we'll be able to see that, what they're seeing, as we do in the Olympic Games. But just in the back there, you probably see a part of it from the replay. Giovanni Lopinto convinced, or at least trying to look convincing.
Facial expressions and that side of things, all part of the coach's repertoire, selling their thoughts to the referees.
Yeah, and this is a big one. This could decide the destination of the bronze medal, depending on which way the outcome goes.
It's another late show for Antonino Bossolo. Late drama again for the Italian. And it's rejected. So we'll stay as we are, 13-12 with 12 seconds remaining. Milad in the lead. Bossolo knows he has to come for this. Knows he has to take this right out of the grasp of the Israeli. He gets it. Slender lead again, 14-13. 3 seconds remaining. He defends again. More points for the trunk. And Bossolo won't be denied this time. He sends his Tifosi into turmoil. And Bossolo jumps into his coach's arms. He was denied a shot at the gold medal in the very last seconds. And less than an hour later, he flips it on its head to win the bronze.
Maintenant, finale pour la médaille de bronze. Femmes, moins de 57 kilos.
And next up we have our bronze medal match for the women's minus
Under 57 kilograms now in the women's side of the competition. Serbia's Marija Micev against Nepal's Palais Goverdhan.
The referees making their way in, of course, in charge of the safety of the fighters over the 5 minutes. 2 points if you kick to the body, 3 for a back kick, and 4 for a sprint. If you are not new to the sport, if you're an expert, you might even be fighting tomorrow. Best of luck to you. It's probably just about bedtime, but you can stay up and watch these big matches now with us.
Miran Michev of Serbia competing for bronze again after winning bronze at the World Championships last year.
And a 2-time silver medalist at the European Games.
In action just an hour ago against Gamze Godal of Turkey, losing her semi-final, so it's been a quick turnaround for her to get ready and form a fight plan as well with her brother Milan in her corner. And her opponents at the Grand Palais. Here comes Palais Goverdhan of Nepal.
Her second Paralympic Games, she won gold at the Asian qualification tournament.
And the Nepalese flag flying in Paris. Just 21 years of age. And Palais with a slender loss to Silvana Morales of Brazil earlier on in the competition. Mexico's Nubia Secundo Flores is the referee. Michev of Serbia then in the blue. And her opponent, Palais Goverdhan of Nepal, in the red.
Goverdhan with the right foot in front, trying to get the right of way on the way through. Maria Michev, right foot behind. So that open stance, but so far no open scoring, trying to get into a little bit of an exchange here.
John, you know what it's like to fight in these kind of contests at the end of a long day. Do you feel at your worst because of everything you've got in the legs already, or does the medal on the line being the thing that galvanizes you, and actually it's the best you felt all day?
I think you feel at your best. Whether you're physically able to deliver your best is a different thing, but you feel at your best because there's zero pressure now. You're in the medals, you're fighting for the opportunity to be on that podium, especially after all the years of hard work to do that. So mentally you feel elated, you feel up for it, you're confident. If you were to write down or to do physical tests to say, are you physically at your best as you were when you started the morning, you won't be. But the mind over matter can be a big matter within the fight psychology.
Right now, Miran Michev putting everything together in the right order, because she's 2 up and already with a score higher than what she managed in the semi-final. So they spent the time well with her brother Milan in forming this plan of attack. And has represented Serbia in non-para Taekwondo, Miran Michev.
A good fighter at national and international level, good to have in the corner. And speaking of the coaching corner, Kabiraj Neji Lama playing the timeout early in this one. That Gamjon going against his fighter. And now the momentum definitely in the Serbian corner from a kick that just appeared from nowhere. Just a little touch, a little graze to the body. Suddenly 3 points down now for Goverdhan. That little second phase touch made the difference. Second phase, of course, obvious. You go with the first phase just to gauge what's there, and second phase you extend. That was quite interesting there. I was watching Goverdhan. Her coach was in her face with a towel, waving it up and down, and she was going, "Get out of my way, that's enough. Leave me alone, I've got enough to deal with."
Precious seconds, aren't they? You don't want to spend them in any manner that doesn't appeal to you. Now back to it. Two points on the board now for Goverdhan. Trunk shot again to double her money.
A good response from Mitchev, but coming back swinging. Palais Goverdhan, and she's really found her range now, the fighter from Nepal. She's got that experience, she's not intimidated, in fact enjoying the big occasion. And you don't have to work hard to find her because she's right there as Mitchev tries to come forward again, reaching in but clashing legs. Just under a couple of minutes to go now.
Slender though the lead is, those 2 points are precious. The Nepalese Palais Goverdhan from Kathmandu hits the front, and Mitchev asked to respond now. So much left to run in this one. 90 seconds. Time aplenty for the twists and turns and for the twist kicks and turning kicks. And we might get to that at some point.
I think we'll need to get to that pretty soon because they're going to go back to their coaching corners and try and figure out a change here. The pendulum just swinging towards Nepal. So Team Mitchev, brother and sister, time for them to get in agreeance, and then time for Team Nepal to try and say, look, literally stick or twist. Do you go with that pushing kick and try and extend the lead? There's still so much time left in this one. Time for the coaches to earn their money.
Serbia with plenty of calibre in combat sports at the Olympic Games and the Paralympic Games, but for Nepal here, it's very rare that they even take many athletes to a Paralympic Games. They've only done that on 3 occasions previously since they first competed in Athens in 2004 at the Paralympic Games then. Palais Goverdhan has been once before to Tokyo, but other than that, it's the occasional appearance in athletics, and that's been it. So no medals in that time at the Paralympic Games. Right now, Palais Goverdhan is in a position with which to reach out and grab one. But she's still got to take it for herself, because Mariah Mitchev in the blue is going to come for her in this final minute as we head towards its conclusion.
Yeah, and that could suit her because Mitchev, the longer legs coming in. Technically, a good shot there from the Serb. But the opportunity to counter, well, that's now gone because they're tied up at 7 points all into the last minute. But of course, Goverdhan had that training camp with the British team just in the run-up to this competition. Lots of good sparring. And she's going to have to rely on that conditioning now. That's how quickly things turn. Mitchev now points up, and she will use that front leg just as a jab to keep the Nepalese Goverdhan away.
Shot to the trunk for the 9-8 lead. Last 30 seconds of the bronze medal contest between Serbia and Nepal. Palais Goverdhan aiming to do something that no one from Nepal has ever done before.
Signs from Maria Majev of getting tired at the wrong time. There's that stabbing kick, pushing away and extending lead now for Goverdhan.
Another 2 points to add to the tally for Goverdhan. 13-8 now. Great position this. Best position of the entire match of the day for Goverdhan, and she's going to end the day with something truly special. The seconds tick down. And here's something we've never said before. At the Paralympic Games, Nepal have won a bronze medal. At the Grand Palais, it is Palais Goverdhan who's done it. The Nepalese flag flying, giving us more scenes unlike anything we've seen before. And Palais Goverdhan has been a class apart today. She climbed her mountain, and when she got to the top, she looks as fresh as she does now. For Maria Majev, a long day in the saddle, and one which doesn't end as she would have wanted. But it's Nepal's night.
Et passons maintenant à la prochaine finale pour le bronze chez les messieurs de moins de 70 kilos.
And next up we have the bronze medal match for the men's minus 70 kilos.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Japan's Kuro Shunsuke up against Juan Diego Garcia of Mexico in the men's under 70 kilograms bronze medal contest now. Kuro Shunsuke of Japan. Now, this man's motto is to smile more when you're having a tougher time. So he's a difficult man to read, but he brings with him a mobilized team of supporters. Japan in great form in the stands, and Kuro Shunsuke wants to get them dancing and waving throughout the 5 minutes of this contest.
Representing Mexico, Juan Diego Garcia Lopez.
Le champion paralympique en titre à Tokyo.
Juan Diego Garcia of Mexico, the champion from 3 years ago in Tokyo. World champion as well from 2019. He's achieved so much in this sport. Just 21 years of age as well. Can he add a bronze medal from Paris?
Arbitre, faites commencer le combat.
Referee, you may start the match.
And this one, two tough men, two different styles. Ali Rahimi shouldn't have his work cut out. Should be quite a clean-cut contest, particularly Kuro Shunsuke. His style marries up nicely with Juan Diego Garcia. Garcia, of course, has an excellent back kick on both legs and loves a right leg underneath, and that could suit him because we know that Shunsuke Kudo, marginally the taller, comes across the mat with that front leg out. So he's adjusted, he's put his back foot, well, he's changed back foot positions, let's say, to avoid that back leg to the body from the man in red. So already a minor adjustment.
Juan Diego Garcia in the red for Mexico then, and Kudo Shinsuke in the blue for Japan. The referee wants this fight to get moving. Juan Diego Garcia wants to dictate terms and attack when he wants to. And he tries to set the distance at which this one is going to be fought at. The feet on the mat, keep your eyes on that as they creep forward. Feint forward.
But Janet Alegria was saying just that, un poquito más, a little step further, a little bit more. And they popped at that front leg. And he's done that a couple of times now, so he'll be waiting for the counter now. He'll be waiting for Kudo to come forward. Just set a couple of traps. A Mexican standoff.
Well said, yeah, it's they're certainly looking at each other right through the head guard, aren't they, and seeing what's behind the eyes.
Yeah, and it's the codology from both as well, just trying to play as if, right, I'm going to go, I'm not going to go. So that misdirection at the moment for the first couple of minutes. And that's great credit to Kudo Shinsuke, because he's kept his patience. Could easily have rushed in. And you know what wise men say about that.
No, don't.
Only fools rush in.
Now I know, now we all know. I'm sure many of you knew that. It's every day a learning day for me.
But they've both been learning from each other, that incremental distance. The first Cam John, it might be both way. Good refereeing. And setting himself for the back kick now is the Mexican. Whether he's going to throw it or not, he's certainly given the look.
And a standoff ensues. Back kick attempt. Well timed, but it was well read too.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by Kudo Shinsuke's ability to control that distance and also the emotions, keep himself well covered up, presenting a small target. No freebies so far for Juan Diego, who is, of course, Paralympic champion. Comes in on paper as the favourite. Nothing to separate them so far.
It's not much a regarder for paper, is it? The sport of Taekwondo tends to rip that up and write new things. Stars emerge so quickly in this sport. Stars fade as well, just as quickly.
Nice again. Shinsuke Kudo not taking the bait at all with that little fake there from Juan Diego. Haven't seen the back leg yet from the Mexican.
Janet Alegria says, let's talk about things. And with it all square and 45 to go, it sets things up nicely as a prospect. But John, what have you enjoyed particularly about watching that last 4 minutes and 15 seconds?
There's a new bravery for Shinsuke Kudo. I've seen him before in competitions where when the going got tough, he would revert to just, okay, I'll just kick now, I'll just go. And that would be it, the desire to do it right, the desire to show that I'm trying here. What he's done here is he's matched, well, Juan Diego Garcia his own game. He said, okay, you're going to be patient, I'll do the same thing. He's made no mistakes, and that has at least kept him in the conversation now. And as you mentioned, Janet Alegria and Juan Diego going back to have their chat. By way of contrast, they were saying, well, we need to talk about Juan Diego, because what do we do next? We haven't seen the back leg yet from the man in red. This would be the time, either as a reaching kick underneath the guard or as a back kick on the counter, if he can draw out the response from Shunsuke Kudo. And it's only befitting that this is for a big bronze medal.
The hostilities renew for another 40 seconds at least. The bronze medal up for grabs. Low scoring, but high tension. Again, the feint from the Mexican. Comes forward off the front foot to create some space. Now an attempt to score, but not quite the judge of range into the last 10 seconds. And the score comes from Juan Diego Garcia. The reply is swift from Kudo, but he can't get it. He can't get the points. Juan Diego Garcia. It's been a tough day at the Grand Palais for the Mexican. But at the end of it all, he comes away with another medal at a Paralympic Games. He won't defend his Paralympic title from Tokyo. But this will hit him in a whole new way. The last 10 seconds packed all the excitement for Kudo. Shunsuke, there's still a smile on his face. What a performance from the Japanese to take this man so close. But he had the goods again.
Yeah, Shunsuke Kudo can emerge with great credit. He won't emerge with the medal, as we see. Well, Juan's the man once again flying the flag with the Mexican coaching team. And the fans in the stand doing their bit. They've earned this moment. ACL surgery is a 1.5 year recovery. A 1.5 years ago he had surgery. Now he's on the podium.
Passons maintenant à la finale pour la médaille de bronze des féminines de moins de 65 kilos.
At under 65 kilograms for the women's competition, Cameroon's Marie-Antoinette Dassy up against Denmark's Lisa Kjaer.
Welcome your referees.
A nice bit of history here for Sargid Mardani. First Iranian female referee at the Paralympic Games for Taekwondo. She'll be presiding over this big opportunity to go for bronze.
Marie-Antoinette Dassy.
A multi-skilled Taekwondo practitioner and so many frontiers. An unbelievably impressive woman, away from the mat as well in Cameroon. But she has something very special in mind tonight. Just the 6th athlete from Cameroon to compete in a Paralympic Games. They've not won a medal yet. The delegation here is just 5 athletes, 2 up from the number that went to Tokyo. And Marie-Antoinette Dassy could bring home the first medal from a Paralympic Games for Cameroon. Semi-final loss was a convincing one to the Brazilian Sousa da Silva, but she's put that behind her now. But goodness me, it won't be easy. Lisa Kjaer is the Paralympic champion from Tokyo, a 4-time world champion, a 3-time European champion. The accolades do go on. 46 years of age now, and aiming to end her career with one last hurrah.
And it is really cool to see, as we see her friends and family in the crowd. Mentioned Marjan Temouri making history for the Iranian women as the referee. The history now, this is her last fight, regardless of what is the outcome. And also on the other side of the mat for Cameroon, a chance to make that medal. Taekwondo delivering firsts all the way through.
And she's not slowing down, is she? The last match she fought to get through to this point was against the #1 seed, no less, in Beth Munro of Great Britain. Marie-Antoinette Dassy of Cameroon in the blue, and Denmark's Lisa Kjaer in the red. I mentioned interests away from the mat, of course, but both of them highly skilled and impressive in that way. The Dane Kjaer is a legal consultant for the Southeast Jutland Police back in Denmark. Knows the law inside out, knows Taekwondo inside out. Marie-Antoinette Dassy, well, she works in urban agriculture as well. She allows her to pay for her transport to training. It's a project she's working on in Cameroon right now, is about getting people to grow vegetables inside recycled plastic bottles. So the interest, vast and varied, but right now with the head protectors, the trunk protectors on, the black belts tightly fastened. Here we go. This is going to be some ride for both of them.
Yeah, Lisa Kjaer has shown, as you mentioned, that legal background. She certainly has run over the rule book in this one. She knows what to expect. No surprises from Marie-Antoinette. Again, trying to kick into that distance, and the more you swing and miss with these shots, the more tiring it gets, and also the confidence gets ebbed away. So Lisa Kjaer, conservative at the moment. Backline tunnel kick blasting in from the Dane. Things heating up nicely now.
And what Marie-Antoinette has done so well in this encounter is stay in the fight for that first minute, John. We saw how she was already out of the running in her semi-final. She's retrained the focus, zoned in on the important points.
I think it is an important point, Jack. She's learned quickly. That's a good sign, as she has done all day today. Doesn't want to throw things away early. Just that Gamjom separating them. Lisa Kjaer not managing to get any scores on the board just yet.
Still nothing to choose, is there, between the two? A little more zip and bounce in the legs of Dassy, perhaps. But Kjaer, with all the experience and the ability to misdirect an opponent, biding her time. Let's see a Gamjong here. Yeah, Gamjong against Dassy, so 2 up goes Lisa Kjaer.
Well, Marie-Antoinette Dassy might fancy the strength differential when they get into those clinches. She'll know that Lisa Kjaer mentioned it. Well, a kind of undisclosed injury. We don't know what it is, of course, as they head back to their respective coaching corners. It hasn't seemed to burden her too much. But still, anyone's fight now.
And John, whilst we have the time in the break to go into it briefly perhaps, but it's often said by her coach, Bjarne Johansson, that Taekwondo is gasoline for life. And it certainly kept Lisa Kjaer, her interest levels, her motivations throughout her whole life at 46 years of age. But it's a sport you can take on beyond your 30s.
It certainly is, but it takes a special character to do that, and I think that Lisa Kjaer is that special character. I think now, with the professionalisation of the sport, the age is going to come down and down. We're already seeing it. 18 and 19-year-olds with a couple of 15, 16-year-olds in there. By the time they get to 46 years old, I will be amazed if they're still going at the same level that Lisa Kjaer is giving here. So age is just a number, but that fuel to the fire that you mentioned, it becomes part of an athlete's identity, and it's something that you can be proud of as a Paralympic champion, as a possible bronze medalist. We go to the other side of the street, back to Cameroon, a chance to make a little bit of Taekwondo history for them as well. So that motivation is guaranteed. People say, oh, you must be aggressive to fight. That's page 1. Page 2, you must have the motivation. You cannot coach desire, and that's just the nature of every combat sport. You have to really want to do it above all else.
The bags of desire from both sides of the mat right now, just to make it to Paris in the first place, let alone to this point.
Yeah, when you mention it, you're growing vegetables in recycled bottles to make money to get to training. That's dedication.
2 more points. The first scored via the feet of the bronze medal contest from Lisa Kjaer. The Paralympic champion 3 years ago, asserting her skills in the bronze medal contest here. I wager there's a similar number of support for both of these two back home in their countries, but in the stadium right now, the Danes have travelled in such numbers. A lot of well wishes for Lisa Kjaer to end her career in the style in which she's conducted most of it. Marie-Antoinette Dassy is going to need to up the ante if she's to change that.
Yeah, and she's shown signs of it. She's changed things up. She's using her footwork first, then her kick, so getting her a little bit closer. One score could pull her right back into it. However, Lisa Kjaer, that elusive footwork's been a signature of her entire career. So it's 1 kick and 2 gamjoms that separates them.
Dassy coming in to a safe distance. But it's not the safety that she needs to worry about. She's needs to handle the attacking side of things. There's no deficit at all, though, with 40 seconds to go. 2 well-placed kicks to level it up. Dassy does need to get through that guard, though. She scores the first. Then the reply comes. So the gap restored by Kjaer.
Well, if this is the final fight of Lisa Kjaer's career, she's going to have to fight for it now. It's getting a little bit tousled as the arm protector comes off. A good call there from Marjan Temouri, just to head back to the coaching corner to get this arm guard fixed on again. But of course, with 20 seconds to go, concentration important. One last big effort now from Marie-Antoinette Dassy. If she can get a score within the next 10 seconds, it's all to fight for. If not, well, Lisa Kjaer, can she add 1 more medal to that illustrious career and finish in style?
Those in red on their feet in the stands for the fighter in red. 4 points the difference. Marie-Antoinette heads into the thick of things once more. Takes to the air, aiming for the trunk protector, perhaps with a spinning element to try and claw this back. A spinning kick to the trunk would be 4 points to level it up, but we're running out of time now. Lisa Kjaer's career is ticking down, but it's going to end in this fashion. In the way which so many times in her career she's ended the day in a Taekwondo arena. She's never ended it in one quite like this. She's picked her stage perfectly. And in this final match of the career, She's played it perfectly. The Paralympic champion 3 years ago, now a bronze medalist at the Paralympic Games in Paris. And that's just the very top line. There are so many more notes on Lisa Kjaer's career that can be added to that. But tonight, it's another medal, and the Danish flag takes flight as well.
That was Lisa's last ever match. She will be retiring as a Paralympic gold
And there's an argument to be made, of course, Paralympic champion, the gold medal is the #1. But in terms of overall achievements, to come back again, to have that motivation, to overcome injury, and to get onto the podium, incredible. Lisa Kjaer has been a gift to our sport, and she brings home a bronze to our house.
Pour tout ce qu'elle a apporté au Taekwondo, pour son exceptionnelle carrière. Et nous lui souhaitons le meilleur maintenant pour ses nouvelles aventures. S'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs, veuillez faire à nouveau un triomphe à Madame Lisa Kjaer.
At under 63 kilograms, Nathan Torquato of Brazil, slated to be in action against Morocco's Adouich. But Torquato with a heavy blow in his repechage contest, so we can only hope that he's able to present and able to compete.
Please welcome your referees.
En rouge, représentant le Maroc.
In red, representing Morocco, Adouich.
Adouich of Morocco, from Mekines, the city inland, away from the mountains, away from the coastline in Morocco, where they have a laboratory which is producing excellent Taekwondo athletes. And here is one of the latest graduates of it, Adouich, competing for bronze for Team Morocco. Turkey's Ali Dinsa Arsalan. So our concerns about Nathan Torquato, unfortunately founded in reality. Unable to present here, but let's enjoy Adouich's chance here. The man from Morocco who takes a bronze medal home to Morocco. What a day it's been for him and for Morocco and Taekwondo in the country.
Yeah, he's a good representative. Adouich there, taking the embrace there of Aziz Smiley, the coach, and there'll be all smiles back in Morocco as well. As you mentioned, that chemistry graduate, of course, the alchemy of champion, getting it right here. That's lovely scenes for them. Of course, thoughts to Nathan Torquato. It did look a bad one to the knee. Wish him a speedy recovery. And as all good coaches do, said, okay, go and have your moment. Well done to him.
The women's under 57 kilograms for Brazil now. There is interest in this one. Silvana Fernandes, the #1 seed. She's in action against Kazakhstan's Kamila Dosmalova.
Nous passons maintenant à une nouvelle finale pour la médaille de bronze, catégorie femmes de moins de 57 kilos.
And next up, the bronze medal match number 2, the women's minus 57 kilo category.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
En bleu, représentant le Brésil.
In blue, representing Brazil,
Silvana Mayara Cardoso Fernandes.
Silvana Fernandes would have carried gold medal ambitions into the arena this morning when she came here for Brazil, no doubt about it, as the reigning world and Pan American champion and a bronze medalist from Tokyo 3 years ago. Instead, it's another bronze medal which she's competing for here. So the reset button has been pressed, and she aims to go back-to-back in bronze as a Paralympian. Kamila Dosmalova of Kazakhstan would be doing it for the first time if she wins this bronze medal encounter. She has been the European champion before. She is in her second Paralympic Games, but aiming to achieve a career first as well. Of course, with Para-Taekwondo only being included in Tokyo for the first time on the sports program, not many people have done it before.
Referee, you may start the match.
Two Taekwondo athletes who have a background in track and field. Silvana Fernandes in the blue used to be a javelin thrower for Brazil, whilst Dosmalova for Kazakhstan used to be a national grade sprinter, and at the national championships as recently as 2022 she competed in the 100, 200 and 400. So speed and power and timing and precision will be all part of their armory before they even became Taekwondo practitioners. Here we go between the two athletes in every sense, in more than one sense. Is the Brazilian in the blue gets off to the better start.
You mentioned that javelin background hitting the target on a couple of good occasions there, right down the pipe. And the Brazilian Silvana Fernandes couldn't have dreamt of a better start. Lands another one in there, burying the chances so far of Dosmalova.
It can't be part of anyone's fight plan, John, to concede 8 points in the first minute, but the important points, presumably, when it does happen to you, what are they?
Well, this is the key. If you are 8 points down with, as you say, just, well, there's 4 minutes still left. That's one of the key details in this one. You have to reset, you have to stop, well, at least ebb the flow, but that is not happening because getting caught every time. The reason for it, Silvana Fernandes is in and out with her footwork. Dosmalova is trying to stand steady and measure her and just getting the measurements wrong each time. So the idea would have been just to shut up shop, get in close to the clinch or get as far away from possible, reset, maybe even call a timeout. But as it stands, this is just a one-way procession now in Paris. And by way of contrast, Silvana Fernandes has to keep calm because she couldn't have dreamt. Everything she kicks is hitting the protector and scoring. Hence the timeout being called from the Kazakh corner. But if someone said to you after just over a minute and a half you'd be 16 points up, you'd have taken it.
Yeah, Ordem e Progresso written on the Brazilian flag, and it is both of those, order and progress. It's her own order. She is dictating to Dosmalova.
Yeah, looking good with it. Rodrigo Ferla will be more than fairly happy with the work done so far. Can't seem to miss.
Back from the break. But right now, the same old story.
This is impressive though, Jack. This is a way to win a bronze medal. It's rarely seen. The reason that these points are scoring so quickly and so readily in the right place at the right time.
We've seen purple patches from different taekwondoists in this session where they've blitzed their opponents and taken the match away from them, but nothing like this.
Yeah, purple patches down on the violet coloured ring here. It's been a purple rain so far for Silvana Fernandes. Looking very, very good. And difficult now. Kamila Dosmalova has been dismantled here. Of course, at this stage, there's no point gap.
In earlier rounds, if this was taking place, then if things got to 30 points, that would see the end of the tie.
A bit better now for Kamila Dosmalova. She's just beginning to cover up a bit better on the clinch. Just trying to get into damage limitation mode now. But for Silvana Fernandes, the work is done. She just has to conserve this lead. Rely on the footwork that set it up for her, but now just even in a more defensive context, as long as she kicks together, she'll be up on that podium. And when I say kick together, just anything that's coming from the other side, just trade.
Still no business being done by Dosmalova though. 23-0 down. She has at least, as you say, John, stemmed the scoring rate. But small consolation at this point, I wager. Interesting point about Silvana Fernandes is that she says she's motivated massively. One of the big drivers for her is representing Brazil. Many can imagine that it would be, but it's not always. It's an individual sport, and individuals can have that motivation all from within, but hers comes from the flag as well, and seeing that green flag, the yellow rhombus and the blue in the centre, it's actually a blue starry sky, that centre ball on the Brazilian flag. And then, of course, as we've mentioned, that Ordem e Progresso written across it. But the colours of Brazil, iconic in a sporting sense. Wherever you go, it's a flag which marks it out, and it's one which Silvana Fernandes gets out of bed from in the morning, drives her to training, and then is one that she's going to get to savour on a day like this in the most stunning way.
Yeah, as you say, from that yellow rhombus to this purple octagon, she's really turned it on. She's got her angles right, she's got her kicks absolutely spot on, and it's been a one-sided story Kamila Dosmalova, it's all over for her. She's run her race into this last 30 seconds. Just fighting spirit now, keeping the Kazakh fighter going. Emerges with great credit. Very painful to come to the bronze medal contest, but some consolation is it was won by a distance. You have to say, well, there's nothing I could have done more, because Silvana Fernandes, despite hitting the deck, has hit the heights here. And a little cheer for the 1 point on the board for Kazakhstan.
The end of a long day in the Taekwondo arena, but Dosmalova still keeps coming, sticking to the task as best she can, and taking those points towards the end. 28-2. Silvana Fernandes. With an exhibition in the biggest exhibition space in Paris. One that prioritises the artistic and the creative, and we've seen it all from Silvana Fernandes in this contest. 5 minutes of Taekwondo excellence. Sempre Brasil, sempre Fernandes. She's been absolutely sensational.
Just how much that medal means. The bronze going to Brazil. Silvana Cardoso.
So the moment of motivation turns into a moment of celebration. And the flag of Brazil waving in the arena again.
Voici la dernière finale pour la médaille de bronze et les messieurs de moins de 70 kilos.
Next up, bronze medal match 2 for the men's under 70 kilo category.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referee.
At under 70 kilograms, Uzbekistan's Kjaer Alikulov is taking on Argentina's Juan Eduardo Samorano.
Shafi Rustami will take charge of the 5-minute period of this one. Any penalties to be given for running away, falling over, or using your legs to block. But out of the blocks now is the chance to go for the bronze.
Kjaer Alikulov of Uzbekistan. There aren't more passionate combat fans around the world than those from Uzbekistan, and Alikulov carries their hopes with him into the octagon. Number 4 seed coming into proceedings, and he beat Diego Garcia in order to book himself a semi-final ticket. And now a bronze medal match against Juan Eduardo Samorano of Argentina. 42 years of age now. Looking to go for a second bronze medal at the Paralympic Games after winning his first in Tokyo. That was at 75 kilograms, so since then to compete here in Paris, he's at a lower weight class, under 70 kilograms, this one of course. Afghanistan's Shafi Rustami in the middle.
Yeah, I just think it's so impressive at this age and stage, 42 years young, still in there fighting. And Juan Samorano saw him in the Pan American Games, winning it in the last second. That comes down to decision making, it comes down to smarts, but also comes down to base fitness. So he's dedicated himself, and that dedication paying off here. But Javalkir Alikulov, a tough customer.
The Argentinian Samorano in the red and Alikulov of Uzbekistan in the blue.
It was a great call there from the coach, Lucas Guzman. Slow your right leg back kick when he comes in. Julie does.
And for 3 points, so Samorano up and scoring already. Good gauging of the distance from Samorano, backing away from the first attack, then leaning into the second. Defending that 3-point lead.
Yeah, maybe a kick to the leg there.
Could get better for Samorano.
Just after Sammy says no.
Oh yeah, swift decision.
Computer says no.
Not scoring job, but he's looking good, Alikulov.
Yeah, he's controlling that distance. He's stalking Samorano. He's giving him lots to think about. The pressure all coming from the man in blue. That one excellent back kick has made the difference on the scoreboard. It's certainly carrying the action forward so far. However, Juan Samorano has obviously decided to go for the high tariff shots here. Trying to get that spin on the board, the 4-pointer as well. Might as well play with your skills. But the basics from Alikulov, still keeping himself well in touch, although a couple of minutes have gone. That's really good footwork as well there from the Argentine, just slipping round. Because to be able to judge that footwork and say, OK, I'm going to move to the right or left, you have to say, well, they're not going to be kicking that way, like so. You also have to know every millimetre of the mat. And I was going to say, avoid the wrath of the ref, but not this time.
He avoided everything else except for that decision. 1 point on the board for Alikulov. He moves around the mat with speed and intent, doesn't he, Samorano? And John, at a lower weight class than when he won a bronze medal in Tokyo, at his age, post-40s. Now, how hard is that to keep the weight down? Of course, 3 years in order to do it, but it just in general, to keep your weight at the level that he's keeping it at.
No question, it's to keep your weight at that level and be productive. Very, very difficult, because you need your stamina now. He would have been up at, you know, 5:30 this morning, 6 o'clock, 6:30 onto the bus, then into the venue, all the way now. It's a good full day's work, and you've got to have your energy about you at that stage. If you've drained yourself to make the weight, it's at that stage you see in athletes that don't sweat anymore, there's no fluid left in them. He's not one of those fighters. He's obviously got his nutrition spot on. So yes, harder to keep the weight right as we age, as everybody knows. Thankfully there's no weigh-ins in the commentary booth, but weighing in with a cup, just that one good back kick that's made the difference so far.
Yeah, it's even harder to avoid than the eye of the referee in Taekwondo is those calories.
So the fan there, obviously, to keep him. Alikulov.
That's one of the best, I think.
That's poor.
On veut vous entendre encore taper bien fort dans vos mains. Profitez du moment, profitez de la musique. On fait la fête ensemble. Come on, come on, come on.
The only danger now for Juan Samorano, and he'll be more than aware of it, that one kick. It could be enough to take the bronze, but to rely on that solely for the next 1 minute and 20, if he can stick one up on the board here, this could be very useful for him. So from 1 minute and 20 to around 40 seconds, this could be the decisive time. Javokir Alikulov, incumbent upon him to come forward now and take something. He tries with that push kick straight away.
The same intent, but even more energy from Alikulov. Samorano realizing he has to attack as well. No resting on any laurels from the Argentine.
Oh, well, there's a flying kick up there. Sorry, Jack.
Nothing to say. Your words were more descriptive than mine, but the shot was significant.
Yeah, he was jumping up high to try and maybe push to the body. Gamjon plus the yellow card. Good work from the referee. No more action required than that. And Victor Munoz, the World Taekwondo referee, or sorry, doctor, I should say. Yeah, seems to be okay. The doctor and the medics just checking on him. He has a minute to recover.
Concern from Lucas Guzman for his man, and different scenario, but there's a background to the last match that Samorano won. It was up against Georgi Nikoladze of Georgia, who came onto the mat with an injury, competed for all 5 minutes, effectively on one leg because he couldn't bear weight on the other. Still managed to get himself around the place and win points, but that belligerence, that mentality might be needed now from Samorano to borrow from Nikoladze.
Yeah, the things we pick up along the way are the things we get when we fall over. Did he fall or was he pushed? There was a little bit of a judo leg sweep there, unintentional from Samorano. Pulls it to a 2-point game though. So from having been points behind all the way through, Alikulov only needs one big score here.
Turns his back on Alikulov, but doesn't get stung for it. Samorano, Alikulov into the last 30 seconds. The spins continue. Exposure of the back, but doesn't get caught. Instead, he scores, and there's the 6-2. 4 points the difference in the last 10 seconds. Juan Samorano, the 42-year-old, aiming to win a second bronze medal at a different weight class at the Paralympic Games. Gamjon against him, and a yellow card with it, but that'll only be a single point to his opponent. There's still 3 the gap. Here comes Alikulov, he scores with the trunk, 1 the difference, he holds on. Juan Samorano and Argentina with a bronze medal again in Taekwondo at the Paralympic Games.
Just incredible. What an advert for Paralympic Taekwondo. Both coach and fighter, Lucas Guzman and Juan Diego Samorano. Juan's the man here. He had the plan, he stuck to it. He was brave, he was organised. I couldn't believe in the last second he just had that presence of mind. There was a mistake made from Alikulov, who was left looking at an open target, missed it, and waiting there was this man here.
And it's a reminder to take some chances in life as well, because this man only started Taekwondo after walking past a gym one day and seeing people practicing. He thought, that looks like my kind of sport. And it's something he has reached the very top of at a Paralympic level, it's a second time that he's done it as well. Bronze medal for Argentina.
Et voici donc la toute dernière finale pour la médaille de bronze dans la catégorie féminine de moins de 65 kilos.
And our last bronze medal match is for the women's minus 65 kilo category.
Veuillez accueillir vos arbitres.
Please welcome your referees.
So Yao Yinan of the People's Republic of China in action against Kristina Gkentzou of Greece.
And this, of course, the final bronze medal contest for the referees to run the rule over. The judges will be looking out for any spinning points, for any extra bonus to be added.
In blue, representing People's Republic of China,
Yao Yinan.
Yao Yinan of the People's Republic of China. She hails from Hangzhou, where last year she won the Asian Para Games gold medal in her home city.
Asian qualification tournaments for the Games.
Photography is actually one of her hobbies. Normally, she's the one taking photos of subjects, but right now, she is the subject. In the center, all eyes on the woman in the blue and her opponent, of course, in the red. Kristina Gkentzou of Greece, 19 years of age, someone who has taken the Para Taekwondo world by storm in recent times. And people are only just starting to work her out. She still carries a cachet of surprise. And no one can deny her excellence. She is a formidable opponent, and she's looking for a big step up in her career as well. Still a teenager at 19 years of age. She goes for bronze for Greece. Miguel Figueroa Velosa of Chile in the middle.
And you mentioned that meteoric rise there for Kristina Gkentzou, the Greek fighter, just getting the head guard fixed now. Incredible. Less than a year ago, hadn't been involved in any Para Taekwondo events. They had to get her classified. They actually paid to get the classification done themselves, so they organised it back in the federation, back in their own family, to get her the chance to travel to the qualification events. There was no support forthcoming. They provided the support as well, did the family, and that's paid off. Just a year later, standing on the cusp of a bronze medal here at the Paralympic Games as the European champion. But of course, none of that matters at all, because Yao Yinan won't care about the reputation, won't care about anything. You mentioned her love of photography. She's going to try and make it snappy here and get a couple of big kicks on the board early.
It might be the subjects, but the backdrop's not that bad either, is it? Makes quite a photo, the Grand Palais.
Yeah, it's picture perfect in Paris, as both here in that open stance looking for an opportunity. But it's Gkentzou, just for the first time. She has a great left leg, the one furthest away as we look at it. Hasn't used it just yet, thought about it there. Taking it steady.
She was taking it steady in her semi-final, was Yao Yinan, until it was completely taken away from her by Jelika Diallo. A flurry of 10 points against her, and the whole contest flipped on its head. Yao's had to, of course, come back from that in the intervening time. And it's something that Gkentzou did so well after her loss early in the day, John. You were particularly impressed with the Greeks' response from that. And I suppose mentally Yao Yinan now having to play the same trick on herself.
Totally. That's the internal battle that comes before any fight. It's you against you, and I think that's the paradox that drives us all, and I think that's the nature of it for Gkentzou, because her ability to respond, as she will need to do now as well, at 19 years of age, given that, you know, 1.5 year trajectory from working in your club to now being standing in front of everyone across the globe, that ability to reset, it's something that everyone can learn from.
Gets onto the guard with that trusty left leg and then does it twice more. Rapid fire scoring. You called her left leg a wand, John, and abracadabra. She does it again.
Yeah, it's worked its magic so far. Kjaer holding the centre stage. She was obviously that couple of points down. So Yao Yunan has to come forward. And there's a really good counter that Kjaer does. That front leg, the one closest to. If the Chinese fighter gets close, she picks it up and just sticks it on the protector. It's a short shot. It's a good response from the Greek. I'll beware of Greek sparing kicks in this one because she's been excellent value in that first round. It is, of course, 1 5-minute round, but this is obviously the halfway stage. And for Team China, they will have known all about that left leg. They'll have known how to defend, how to pick it off. But I think Christina Gkentzou has decided, no, I'm taking this. I'm going to take some risks. There's a point you made very nicely before about Juan Samorano, if people saw that one. The risk of saying, OK, I'm going to have a go at this sport. Christina Gkentzou really having a go now. 3 kicks back to back. And happy days so far for Hellas.
Might be a little bit confusing at home, the colour scheme as well. So often, well, the Chinese national colour of red and the Greek colours of blue. Inverted hit on the protectors, but it is the Greek in the red who is racking up more points on Yao in the blue. 10-2, what a great position for Kjaer.
Yeah, Wohang just trying to give some encouragement to Yao Yunan. There's none forthcoming, as you rightly say, on the scoreboard, and none in the physical matchup, because when we see scores, we see kicks. As another one reigns in there for Kjaer. When you're in there, you feel it and you think, oh, wait a minute, this person's faster than me, they're quicker to the kick, they're stronger, and I think that's what Kjaer beginning to show, that dominance now.
There's the fight as well as the scoreboard assessing the fight.
There's the fight within the fight, exactly right.
Yeah, and how it feels to be on the back foot like that.
And hence the need to take the time out.
When you were fighting, John, did you want to stay aware of the points that you were scoring, or was it more about staying in the zone and staying focused on your opponent?
I think it's an interesting one. Staying aware of what the score is obviously important, but I always used to say and always used to feel the scoreboard cannot kick you, so why are you looking at it? And I think as soon as you divert your attention to that and start calibrating your performance to the scoreboard, it's inevitable. When you establish a command and lead, you think, oh, I better keep this, instead of keeping doing the same things that you were doing. And it's a lesson hard learned over time. And sometimes you see it in champions, as we see here in Gkentzou, who's a future champ at the Paralympics, no question. They learn it in that moment and say, OK, I'm not going to do that again. I wasn't myself in the last round, I'm going to do it. So there is a factor that the points can play psychologically to make you change what you're doing. The best fighters, they compete against the thing that's in front of them, the object, the game plan, the difficulty of the athlete, no regard for the scores. But of course, to have a commanding lead, pretty useful, and it's a 10-point gap now for Kjaer.
Comes in and takes 2 points from Kjaer. There, Yao. That was definitely done. She saw it happen in front of her, Kjaer, but just couldn't stop it.
And that is a sign of a good fighter. They do what they want to do when they want to do it. Christina Gkentzou just came out a little bit cold at the end of that Little break there, but a very commanding lead, and she will now enjoy the fact that Yao Yanan is coming forward. Watch for the front leg pick up and the big punch there.
And throws that in.
And that front leg pick up there just to kill the clock. And from unheralded beginnings to a massive 10-point gap, Christina Gkentzou, the emerging star.
Yao Yanan trying her hardest, trying everything in the book to get something in these final exchanges, but it's not going to be enough. There's too much damage that's been done by the Greek from Thessaloniki, the teenage sensation. Christina Gkentzou, now, after such a short time in the sport, a Paralympic bronze medalist. And Greek Taekwondo with a star on their hands, and that star continues to rise. Here comes the flag. It's going to get passed down onto the mat. There's already one down there.
They're prepared. They believed in it, and now they've achieved it.
Notre programme va se poursuivre avec un moment exceptionnel. Les 4 finales pour la médaille d'or.
There's so much style to her performance as well. So much to admire when you watch it from a purely neutral perspective. And Yao Yanan, hard to process what the loss is affecting her, but the opposite for her opponent from Greece. And Christina Gkentzou, congratulations. We're into the nighttime in Paris, and the flame burns as it rises. It cuts quite a sight. This happens every evening.
This doesn't happen every evening in their careers, though. The Grand Palais and the Grand Staircase.
It's a one-time only occasion, but a picture for all time for both these two. Bozteke and Bolo Gambat. The gold medal contest at under 63 kilograms begins with trumpets and a grand staircase. It ends with a gold medal and a silver medal allocated. What happens in between, we're about to find out.
Both men certainly strolling down, taking in the big occasion on those 50 steps down towards the ring for this one. And this will be something that they've seen at the Olympic Games. They'll have heard from friends competing yesterday. They've seen it on social media, but now they get to experience it for the first time as they go for gold in front of a capacity crowd.
The route through to the gold medal contest, and it sees the first seed against the second seed after the bronze medalists have already been awarded. So the top two names in the draw when we woke up this morning have fought their way through to the evening showdown.
In blue, representing Turkey,
Bozteke.
Count the flags, because he will know. Bozteke, well supported wherever he goes, but in Paris, goodness me, it is one red side of the stands at the Grand Palais. He's here for gold, though, after winning a bronze medal 3 years ago in Tokyo. won the silver medal at the World Championships last year. The upgrades keep on coming. Can he keep it going? But Bolo Gambat, full of timing and precision, but then patience as well. He's a tactician, he's an executor, and he timed it perfectly in his semi-final, the last second. That's the best time to go ahead in the match. And he did just that against Antonino Bossolo, who won't forget that encounter for a long time. Bolo Gambat aiming to make more memories for himself here. Iraq's Amir Burhani is the referee. So on one side, Bolo Gambat, a man inspired by films from Jackie Chan and Jet Li from Mongolia. He's in the red, and Mahmoud Bozteke, someone who's says of the colour gold, of the metal gold, it's something that doesn't lose its value when it falls into mud. Gold is always gold, and if you win it tonight, it's one for all time.
Speaking of time, conducted over a 5-minute round. If you're brand new to the sport, it's an octagon, and also welcome. Electronic sensors on the socks and on the body. Kick to the body for 2. A back kick where you turn your head is worth 3. Look out for that from the Mongolian. It's one of his signature kicks. But no quarter given by either. And any spinning kick would be worth 4. The referee's job is their safety, and any Gamjon penalties, little yellow cards, to be avoided. 10 of those, you'll lose the fight. But this one, just warming up nicely now. The battle for distance being established.
Bozteke in the blue, someone who was hit very hard in the head in his semi-final. He came back from it after a minute's break or so. Didn't seem to affect him in the moment, and delighted to say no further repercussions in the intervening hours. So he's here and looks every inch that excitement machine that he is.
He's a tough guy as well, Mohamed Bozteke, and also won the Grand Prix in Paris, just about 5 kilometres from here in Levallois. But on bigger occasions, he tries to come in with a twisting kick to the body here in the Grand Palais. The grandest of stages, just flirting with the edge there. Good push kick to the body.
First point scored by the feet in the gold medal contest, and it's Mongolia's Bolo Gambat, Batnasan Dornjasan with the polite applause. He knows there's more to come from his man.
That was quite a brave change in tactics there. Mohamed Bozteke just stepping into the distance, foreseeing that possible spin and stepping off to the side this time. The Turk being aggressive, maybe not just in terms of the kick so far, but trying to control the centre.
John, part of controlling the centre is, of course, the distance, but the number of kicks we see, they're not necessarily always to score, are they? And will you kindly explain a little bit more about that to us?
Absolutely, it's the setup. That's what it's about, Jack. You've got to misdirect them, show them one thing and do another. If you can't convince them, confuse them, and that's the option so far, as the back kick lands a little bit low this time. But often it's like a boxer with a 1-2. You'll use the jab to disguise the backhand. Taekwondo fighters will do the same. Throw one to draw a response and then follow up. A good referee in there, spotting it. A couple of little pushes in the inside. Lets it flow though. Safety first.
In that tight exchange, then the back kick attempt. He thinks he scored, Gambat.
I think it was more the arm guard had come loose. It did look like a celebration.
Yeah, sorry. I need to get this adjusted. Now he's back to it. Keeps that right arm down, ready to protect himself and cover. He's going to get a point here for falling to the deck. Gamjon against Bozteke.
And such are the margins. Every Gamjon being celebrated here as if it's a goal in the football. That's a lovely sidestep. Sees the back kick coming, changes the angle.
And left Bozteke looking at where his opponent had gone. Lost sight of him. 2 more points with an extra for the back kick. All 3 scored by Gangbat.
And as good a time as any to get a little bit of a respite there, particularly for Mahmut Bozteke, just struggling to find his way. Ali Shahin, super experienced, the coach in the corner. He's trying to settle him down, you would venture. But baller there in Gangbat, by virtue of that signature kick we spoke about. The back kick making the difference. Cool heads required now. The subtlety and the variety of Gangbat making a difference. That kick there, back kick worth 3. Is it going to be worth its weight in gold?
There's a Paralympic head-to-head between these two, which is worth bearing in mind as well. 3 years ago, in a repechage match, Gangbat lost to Bozteke 23-22. And that was Bozteke's repechage route through to the bronze medal match, which he then won against Bossolo. All names that we've seen 3 years on as well. It's a generation which know each other so well, and they remember the scars of battle sustained previously. And Gangbat is using it to fire himself into this lead, but Bozteke and the muscle memory of what happened last time starting to flex.
Yeah, he's changed things up after that little break there. He had a chat with Ali Shahin. He's obviously said to him, simplify things, go straighter with a push kick. And that covers any possible back kick, that one there. So push and slide to the side. And it certainly paid dividends for Turkey's Mahmut Bozteke, who's back within 2.
It's quite a brain to rely on in your corner, isn't it?
Yeah.
That of Ali Shahin.
Former world and European champion himself as an athlete, and then presiding over on Olympic gold for Tazagul Servet, and a recent bronze there in the Olympic Games in Paris. But this one on a knife edge, 1 point match, good double kick attempted there.
Very different scenario to how things were looking a while back for Bolo Gangbat. And that's when his coach steps in, Batnasan Dornjasan. There's 2 competitors facing off each other, and there is also 2 heavyweight coaches doing the same.
And you could see there the coach just pointing to the head of himself to say to Gangbat, look, screw the nut here, concentrate, don't let this one go away. Ali Shahin has done his job in terms of raising the motivation and confidence levels. Gangbat maybe just got a little bit, I don't know, switched off for a couple of seconds, started to think about the time rather than the opponent. And his timing was marginally off. But 30 seconds to decide who's going to get the gold. The number 1 seed or the number 2 seed separated by a point.
This is what it comes down to in the gold medal match. Under 63 kilogram weight class. Mongolia's Gangbat with the 1 point lead over Turkey's Bozteke. The final throws of this one. Bozteke needing to come forward. Aims for the spinning kick to the trunk for 3. That might put things beyond doubt at this stage. Now then, this is going to level things up. Unless anything untoward spotted from Bozteke, but it's not. Gamjon against Gangbat. 7 points each. Who can take this in the final seconds? Gangbat backs away. then fakes, then goes in on the trunk, doesn't score it. We're in to the golden round.
It's quite befitting, the golden round for the golden medal, because they couldn't be separated all day. It's ebbed and flowed. They both showed quality. Ganbat started off strong, Bozteke's responded, both coaches got involved, changed things up. And it's now come down to this moment here, because for those new to Paralympic Taekwondo, it's one round. Whoever scores the first 2-point kick, that's the champion.
And John Gamjon's explain what their role would be in the next minute.
Well, in this instance, you'll see a reticence to hand them out, because they would rather it would be a scoring kick that decides it. So it is the first to score 2 points by virtue of the kick that makes the difference here. Okay. I haven't seen yet, and I don't want to tempt fate, it decided by penalties. I would venture it will be decided by kicks on the way through. Now the thing is, for Ganbat, he's a 3-point kicker. His best kick's a back kick. Does he go for that, or does he keep it simple? Bozteke has the option, stick or twist. Who's going to go first to try and take the gold here?
First person to score 2 points wins. There it is. It's all over. It's Bozteke. And he carries the day. He reacted the quickest. The shot to the trunk. And Kjaer. And Mamut Bozteke. On the upgrade from 3 years ago in Tokyo, it's now gold. Well, Tazagul Servat is his hero, a man who won a gold medal at the Olympic Games in London in 2012. He has matched the man who he pins on his wall, who he sets the standard by. Bozteke has done it. He's the Paralympic champion.
Well, you said count the flags on the way in. I did. There were 7 of them. Make that 8. There's one in his back now, because he's the best man for the job, and he's got it done. In that golden round, the presence of mind to stick, to jump, to flick, and that puts him on top of the podium and on top of the world here in Paris. This is this moment here, both men coming together, and then he jumps and flicks there. That's the shot that takes the gold. Then Ganbat, of course, a silver for him, and they embraced a great sporting spirit, but a real advert for Paralympic Taekwondo, and a perfect champion.
We are right by the River Seine at the Grand Palais, between the Seine and the Champs-Élysées, actually. It's a location that even some of the iconic buildings in this city look towards with envy.
Ladies and gentlemen, entering via the grand staircase here at the Grand Palais. Please welcome.
And this is a sight to make anyone go green with envy, because what a moment in your life to be able to stand up here and wave down at the adoring fans below as they wish you well on the journey down the 50 steps. And the two competitors taking these steps together are Li Yuji of the People's Republic of China and Gamze Godal of Turkey.
Please welcome your referees.
So if you're just joining for the first time, we see the judges coming in. They add any spinning points. That's the octagon that they've got to stay in. The fighters, if they step out of it, They'll get a Gamjong from this man here, the centre referee. 5-minute round as we round down now towards the gold.
In blue, representing People's Republic of China, Li Yuji.
Li Yuji from the city of Qingdao in the People's Republic of China. It's a city of beaches and skyscrapers. And from there, she's come to a palace known for its glass and its iron. Well, that's all around her right now. And the focus from those in the stands is all on her. The first to enter the arena and get ready for the gold medal contest. Fernandes defeated as long as Caverzan as well from France. So she wasn't the most popular person in the arena at one point today. Much more so now, but Goverdhan is her opponent. A wonderful CV for the Taekwondoist from Erzurum. The Turkey flags unfurled again. In fact, I don't think they were put away at any point. Goverdhan, the #2 seed, beating Michev earlier today, and Irene Ma of Fiji as well. Algeria's Murad Lalan in the middle. Three years ago, Li Yuji won the bronze medal in Tokyo. She's back for more 3 years later, and back for an even greater prize, if she can. Li Yuji in the blue for China and Goverdhan in the red for Turkey. And Li gets her account open. Get an idea for just how quickly across the mat those at the very top end, the #1s and #2s in the world, as these two are, can move.
And it's the movement from Li Yuji that's controlling it. You're absolutely right. Shuffling in and out. Made Goverdhan swing and miss for the first one. And the fighter from Turkey has yet to find her range. And of course, it's a big ask for the People's Republic of China's Li Yuji to keep this momentum and pace up. But training at the Beijing Sports University as she does, if you've ever had the fortune or misfortune to do a training camp there, which I have, they train prodigiously hard, borrowing from the old school Korean method of training 3 times a day minimum. So the fitness will be there for Li Yuji. And Denise Touré, the coach in the corner there, will be hoping for a change of fortune early for Goverdhan.
That is more of the same in terms of the fortune stakes. Goverdhan goes down hard after 2 points were scored, plus the Gamjong.
And plus the respectful/disrespectful high five to say, it's okay, you'll be all right. So a nice show of respect there, ostensibly, but you don't want to be on the receiving end of that one too often, because that means it's going the way of your opponent.
You see that
Yuji shows it.
Sorry, John. You do see that quite a lot, though, but what it's about, sometimes I suppose it means one thing and sometimes it means something else.
Well, there's the psychology within it. I've just kicked you and knocked you over, but it's okay because it suits me. So it certainly suits Li Yuji at the moment.
Not Li Yuji driving this train forward. Another 2 points for the People's Republic of China. And about as composed a 2.5 minutes of Taekwondo work in a gold medal contest as you can find. No drama really to pick out, nothing nervous for Li Yuji's fans to be worried about. Goverdhan, however, subdued
Yeah, even the body language in the corner there, a little bit slumped, a little bit caught between decisions. And the reason for that is just trying to get across the ring. You mentioned that speed across the map. It's the speed of thought as well from Li Yuji. Nothing defeats speed if they're both equally matched in terms of strategy. And at the moment, that's what's making the difference for Li Yuji. So Gamza Gurdal needs to change things up. There's plenty of time in which to do it. But this one has a certain momentum to it. The next 30 seconds or so crucial now for Gamza Gurdal. If she can stem the flow and slow things down a little bit, she's still in this gold medal. If not, Li Yuji might be sailing off down the Seine into the distance.
Gurdal was a 5th place finisher at Tokyo. And that'll be the same position she finishes in here, unless things can change rapidly. The Chinese with the luxury of choosing how frequently she wants to go in. She can try and tick the clock away as well as attack.
So Gamza Gurdal has done part of that work there, hasn't conceded anything early. Now can she turn it on and try and, as you say, subdue the efforts there of Li Yuji, who's doing what she wants when she wants. Better from Gamza Gurdal there, a bit closer to the body. You can only kick to the body in Para Taekwondo, and there's a little wave there to the referee to say, can you fix this arm guard for me? But she'll need to be on guard now.
Back to their marks. Gurdal comes forward with the back leg turning kick, but not activating the sensors with enough power. And pulling some of the right moves here, but not with the thrust behind them.
Yeah, it's all the right kicks, just not necessarily in the right order at the moment, with a minute to go. And this will suit, of course, Li Yuji down to the ground as she rounds in on the last business end of this gold medal contest. Got the scores done early and now just keeping it quite precise.
2 more points to add to her tally, and she is tightening her grip on this Paralympic gold medal.
Please.
It's an iron-like grip right now.
Could well be a golden grip because she's got the scoring done early. She's now in match management mode, and she's also not annoying the referee. She's doing enough work just to stay busy.
"20 seconds away now for Li Yuji. Nothing can stop her at this point. The die is cast and the script is written. She's done it. She's authored it from the very first seconds of this 5-minute gold medal contest. 5 minutes, a fabulous 5 from Li Yuji, who wins a gold medal at the Paralympic Games after a bronze medal in Tokyo. And there was not even a doubt.
There we have it. The gold and silver had been decided with the silver.
Not in her mind, not in her fans' mind. Her coach had her back from the very off. It looked so impressive. And it looked as it felt, I'm sure, for Li Yuji. 11-0 when it comes to the big dance as well. That is a lockout of the most ruthless kind, the most impressive kind, and now the time for celebration for China.
Of course, I thought for Gamza Gurdal, the silver medalist, she put a lot into it, but at no point really threatened as an attacking force. And as you rightly put it, Li Yuji flies the flag and turns the tables from Tokyo here to Paris. She's on the podium as the champion.
Mesdames et messieurs, au balcon de l'escalier d'honneur du Grand Palais, veuillez accueillir.
Paris is known as the City of Light, and the Grand Palais, the place for the fight tonight in the men's under 70 kilograms.
Ladies and gentlemen, entering via the grand staircase here at the Grand Palais. Please welcome.
Now these two fighters are Imadine Khalilov of Azerbaijan and Fatih Çelik of Turkey. Khalilov in the blue and Çelik in the red.
A nice little conversation between the two of them, arm in arm. They go down the stairs. Friends for the moment, but soon to be rivals for the gold.
John, do you think the conversation was around, guess how many steps there are on the grand staircase?
I'm sure that would have been one of the thoughts, but maybe not one of the questions. Some of it could centre around the fact that at the last European Championships, they met face to face, and they meet here again now at the big Paralympic final.
It's 1 against 2 as well in the seedings. Everything going to form really in this weight category, particularly towards the sharp end of proceedings. And we welcome the referees to the mat once again.
Yeah, if you're tuning in for the first time, it's a 5-minute round. 2 points if you kick to the body, 3 if you do a back kick, that's a 180-degree look over your shoulder. Spin kick will get you 4, but what will get you gold, we get to find out with you.
In blue, representing Azerbaijan,
Imadine Khalilov.
Well, when someone has already wrapped up the world title and the European title within the same period, then they demand the #1 ranking, and that's what this man has, Khalilov. He's going to go for the one that is oh so special, the one that you can't plan for, the one that is always tantalizingly at the top of the mantelpiece for anyone that's ever achieved that before. Imadine Khalilov goes for gold against Fatih Çelik of Turkey. And he brings joy into the arena. He brings relaxed air as well. This is not a man who's troubled by what he's about to undergo. He's excited by it, as are we.
Yeah, he's got that effervescent personality. He's very much the captain of the Turkish team. And that positivity, well, it's produced some really positive results for him as well today. Fought with freedom, and a couple of really good results too.
you may start the match.
He hails from the south coast of Turkey, a city called Adana. Sim Yong-kyung of the Republic of Korea is in the middle. So Imadine Khalilov of Azerbaijan in the blue, Fatih Çelik of Turkey in the red. We go and get going in the gold medal contest at under 70 kilograms.
And there are, of course, sensor socks, and they measure up to the kicks to the body only. No kicks to the head allowed in para taekwondo. Other than that, it's all about skill and speed.
And that crossroads where timing meets speed, and when it's on, it looks great, and when it's off, it doesn't have to be by much to miss your target. And Fatih Çelik, well, he can move and make you miss him if you're aiming for that red trunk protector.
Good push kick to the body there from Imam Khalilov. Means business. Farid Tagazadeh, the coach in the corner, is saying, that'll do, stay calm.
Went in for points, came away with them, and then reassesses the Azerbaijani. Plots the next attack. Fatih Çelik zigging and zagging around, making himself a moving target. Difficult man to pin down, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got all that movement. And it's the presence of mind plus the freedom of thought to let that footwork flow. Not to mention the energy required as well.
Flags fly again for Khalilov. Doubles his money to 4 points. I dare say Fatih Çelik won't be troubled too much by how things are. He was behind in his semi-final for a long time against Kudo Shunsuke of Japan. Came good at the most important time. The last 20 seconds, that's when things really kicked off in that one. Çelik, though, goes further behind.
A little bit of a pattern reminiscent there, a possible low kick there at the European Championships in Belgrade. Establishing a strong lead was Imam Khalilov, and it forced Çelik into spins, trying to go for double kicks early. He might be looking to play a timeout and try and maybe redirect things. He does have that elusive movement that we mentioned, but it's the points that are eluding him as well.
Snap on that kick from Khalilov. Didn't score on points, but a reminder of his threat. Çelik gets caught here, walks into it. It's exemplary so far from Khalilov. And he's hyping up the crowd already. Doesn't mind a bit of hyping up the crowd halfway through a match, does he?
Yeah, he's a big personality. He knows how to get the crowd on their feet, as we try to get the crowd chanting here as well. But if you just joined us, maybe you didn't see China's Li Yuji with an exemplary start and then closing it down to take the gold medal. I'm sure Imam Khalilov will be trying to do the same thing here.
One more time together.
Couldn't have started any better. Well, the crowd doing their part here in the Grand Palais, but being kept well apart. Fatih Çelik, he's going to have to reassess, and you mentioned that there. This is mine now.
And at 8-0 up, he is halfway home. Imam Khalilov. Azerbaijan in the blue and Turkey in the red. Keeps his feet. Çelik. As he kept something back in order to unleash it in the final 90 seconds. He needs to dig deep here. Dig into what's there. Another 2 points for Khalilov. He does well, brilliantly well, to hold his balance there.
And not only that, a show of respect there, a genuine one. Fatih Çelik didn't take a cheap shot and push him over when he could have, and when he probably needed it. As 10 turns to 12.
Fatih Çelik offered his arm as well to say, I spotted that, that was good. But look where we are, 12 points to nothing. Imam Khalilov. And his sails full and firing. And that's brilliantly executed, the quadruple from the Azerbaijani. feeling comfortable enough to do that in the gold medal contest, and no wonder.
Yeah, he's loving it. He's owning it here. The battler from blue, from Baku, and he's going to get his wish here. He said on the way in that his big dream was to sing the national anthem of Azerbaijan here in the Grand Palais. He's going to get the Gamjon for being a bit too much of the conductor, but he's conducted this entire match. Fatih Çelik can't even get a score on the board.
Yeah, that's going to slow the coronation down somewhat, but that's what these last 10 seconds are for Khalilov. Nothing can catch him now. It's Azerbaijani gold in Paris, and Fatih Çelik with a resigned but a respectful final note towards his opponent. I've been well and truly beaten here.
A bit of Gamjon each here, but regardless,
it's the sign of respect nonetheless. Fatih Çelik outpowered, outmaneuvered by Imadiin Khalilov, who after the hyping up of the fans, after the early celebrations, a moment of peace on the mat for the man from Baku.
And also nice to see Ismail Menekşe there, the coach, offering a warm round of applause there. The beaten coach and fighter Fatih Çelik, they will take that silver medal, but this is their moment now.
He has the World Championship, he has the European Championship, and the Paralympic title to go with it.
Yeah, big moments, of course, for the man from Azerbaijan. And they get to fly that flag, and there was no doubt about it. Khalilov, from the first to the last, showed his class. And there's a touch of class between all three.
At the very end of the day's session, French interests start to rise. Jalika Diallo, the 19-year-old from France in the blue, is about to go for gold. And her opponent from Brazil in the red, Ana Carolina Silva de Moira. The grand staircase leads these two down towards the mat. The longest walk in World Taekwondo, John, this one.
Oh, it certainly is, but the best one to take, the promenade in Paris. And the prominent figure, of course, Jalika Diallo. That big head in the crowd there. Can she get ahead early and get them on her side? And that's the route through.
Diallo ranked fourth, and her semi-final victory over Yao was something truly special. It was like she was on another level to her opponent for around about 90 seconds. She couldn't be touched, and in that time, she took the match away from her. 10 points scored, all in a row. And the French fans were baying for points, and she delivered. Their expectations now are through the roof, and flags unveiled, saved for this moment.
In blue, representing France,
Angelique Diallo of France, of Paris, of just down the road in Dougny. And in her local ville of this wonderful city, she's on posters, she's displayed around the supermarkets. They love her here. She's made the short distance to the Grand Palais, to the heart of the city, and it beats for her right now.
In red, representing Brazil, Carolina Silva de Moura.
Carolina Silva de Moura of Brazil, the reigning world champion from last year. She's also the reigning Pan-American champion as well. It was a stunning 12 months for her in 2023. But in 2024, this single prize would top the lot. She lives and trains in Belo Horizonte in Brazil. From the Islamic Republic of Iran, Marjan Temouri is the referee.
Marjan Temouri making history as well. The first Iranian female referee in Paralympic Taekwondo history, and here she is in the big final. Big moments, of course, for the host nation, but important for Carolina Silva de Moura to stay calm, to try and keep things based on what's in front of her rather than what's around her.
So the head guard's on for Diallo. And after the bow, the kicking can begin. In the under 65 kilogram gold medal contest, Angelique Diallo of France in the blue and Carolina Silva de Moura of Brazil in the red.
Well, patience, patience, the call from Habinieri, the French coach in the corner, just about audible. That head, the kick, just about visible as well.
No head kicks allowed in para taekwondo. So a gamjon against Diallo for connecting with the head guard of her opponent. It's all about the trunk. 2 points for a standard kick to the trunk, 3 for a back kick to the trunk, and 4 for a spinning kick. Rodrigo Ferla issuing the instructions to his charge. And those instructions working. The first points via the foot scored in the final. Habinieri as well in picture there in Diallo's corner. What scenes we saw in the semi-final when Diallo booked her ticket. Kjaer racing around the arena, dragging Diallo to the ground to celebrate.
And of course, she's an Olympic silver medalist. She won't want that for Diallo here in the Paralympics. She'll be wanting her to take the gold and go that one step further. But at the moment, Carolina Silva de Moura doing her job nicely. She's figured out the game plan, not leaving any spaces at all. There's not much of a difference in terms of leg length, but that back leg tourniquet has been really good from the Brazilian. As you can see, she's kicking once and then keeping it up there, just like a window wiper, to keep it in the face, keep it in the way. Maybe even pick off another point.
Diallo, just 19 years of age, the French woman, and her opponent numbering 28 years this year. So life experience, taekwondo experience, massively in the favour of the Brazilian. Cheers for the first point for France and Diallo in the final. Via the gamjon. Penalty system in Taekwondo sees those yellow cards next to the name. Every penalty point you accrue is a point to your opponent, so that's why Diallo gets on the board here. And now the tempo ups, now the roar and the wave of the flags, and the cockerel nods its head as well. Sage approval. When Diallo starts to score, so does the roar, and that tends to translate into more points for the Frenchwoman. She's so good at feeding off that in the semi-final.
Well, we have parity here in Paris. Angelica Diallo just had a quick look at Kjaer just to say, do we need the timeout now or shall we wait for it? Karina Silva de Mora looking for more with that backline turning kick to the body. And the atmosphere, as you rightly say, so critical. Concentration required.
A little bit of a holding pattern, John, at the moment, aren't we? Where no one needs to change things up too much because of the score. And so we'll stay where we are.
Yeah, patience is a virtue, of course, in combat. A lovely little shot there. Good response from Angelica Diallo. Just a little look over the shoulder there from Ana Carolina Silva de Mora to her coach Rodrigo Fella to say, okay, let's reassess here. And this is important. This minute will obviously have benefits to both, but Carolina Silva de Mora can't really hear what's being communicated from her coach. So that's important to her now, to get a chance to listen. One thing's for sure and two things for certain. The atmosphere like this, they will never have experienced it. When you're training, lonely hours in the NCEP, that's the National Centre in Paris, you're working away, sweating, training hard, perhaps losing weight, I'm sure that would be the case. Carolina Silva de Mora as well, working prodigiously hard back in Brazil. You do that often in isolation, you do it for these moments.
They know their role in the stands and they play it so well. And that's not just in the Taekwondo arena, that's across every venue and around the city of Paris as well.
And a bit of coiffure adjustment as well there from Kjaer as they get themselves back underway. There's a hair's breadth or less between them, all tied up nicely for the gold.
Just extends the drama a little bit more. Here we go again. No points scored from that. Instead, it's the counter that scores for Brazil. And that could have ended very differently had Carolina Silva de Mora not kept her feet there.
And kept her head as well. Good presence of mind. Adjusted, was on the outer reaches of the mat. If you're pushed out of the mat, it'd be a penalty point, but the Brazilian, with the resilience.
To the last 90 seconds, there's a lot to play out in this one, you sense, and that things will change. The snap will happen and the rhythm will run wild, especially if there is someone who is down coming into the last 30 seconds. John, what does Diallo need to try and do here in the last minute?
More of the same against Silva de Mora. She's got the tactics right. It's following in after the first kick. So she does the first kick and then waits. The thing that she needs to do is cut the first kick a little bit shorter and then follow in.
If you're in Silva de Moira's corner, what are you advising?
Back kicker as soon as she comes forward nicely there. And Rodrigo Fela will be happy with that one. Now you have to have the big weapon. Maybe the back kick not the necessary option. You don't want to give away any spaces. But Angelica Diallo trying her best. And it's now getting into just kick till the conclusion territory.
Another two. Snuck out from that close exchange. And it gets worse as well for Diallo. All of a sudden there's a 7-point gap.
Yeah, that unintentional kick to the face will be a big blow to the ambitions, not just of Angelica Diallo, but of course to the French faithful here in Paris. She tries with the spin, but it's going to be difficult to get the win. Fans don't add points. Crowds don't make differences when it comes to kicks. Ana Silva de Moura will not be settling for silver in this one.
She can see the finish line now, the Brazilian. Diallo spins. The last attempts, the last throws of the dice. Trunk shot from Diallo does land. 5 points the difference. 4 points the maximum score for a spinning kick to the trunk here. She'll need one of those and then some, but the seconds tick away. For Carolina Silva de Moira, it's going to be gold. Brazil's time. Carolina Silva de Moira is the Paralympic champion.
And lovely embrace by the opposing coach. Embracing the big occasion. Angelica Diallo deserves every salutation for that super silver medal. Couldn't have tried any harder, couldn't have given it any more. But Ana Silva de Moura had two jobs. She did both of them. She kept the crowd quiet. She kept Diallo in check as well.
In the heat of the moment, we'll look back.
Angelica Diallo and the woman who beat her in this final, Carolina Silva de Moura, wanting to make sure they had this moment together as well. The French flag, the Brazilian flag, and the coaches going crazy as well.
Carolina Silva de Moura, championne paralympique pour le Brésil.
13 points to 7, and she timed her run to the front well, didn't she? Accelerating towards the end. Silva de Moira with the gold. And worth reminding ourselves of how this new Paralympic champion got into Taekwondo, because it was after she was mugged, after a necklace was stolen from her that her aunt had given her when she was born. And she decided after that, no more. She wanted a martial art to practice. She chose Taekwondo. And she can't just defend herself well anymore. She can attack and win against the very best in the world.
As you say, she can stand up for herself, and they'll be standing up for her when the victory ceremony begins. Super performance. And friends and family understandably elated. These are moments that she'll look back on for the rest of her career, overcoming the host nation with all that expectation.
Well, don't forget, we have
magic moments.
Victory ceremonies coming your way in just a couple of moments.
Restez bien avec nous et préparez-vous pour les 4 remises de médailles et cette cérémonie qui nous attend et qui va être magnifique. Surtout, restez bien avec nous. prenons quelques minutes pour installer notre beau podium et pour être prêts à célébrer comme il se doit les champions paralympiques.
Yeah, don't forget this is a big moment for your very own Diallo, who will be on the podium collecting her silver medal. Please be here to support her and all the other Paralympians.
Et bien sûr, Diallo viendra elle aussi nous retrouver pour sa médaille tout à l'heure sur le podium. Préparez-vous, soyez bien avec nous.
Support by the French people has been incredible. Angelica, she may well be right now disappointed not to win gold, but silver is still incredible.
Il a raison, Dave, de souligner qu'avec les encouragements exceptionnels aujourd'hui au Grand Palais, Angelica n'a pas été en mesure de remporter l'or, mais elle a été propulsée jusqu'à la médaille d'argent, ce qui est déjà un résultat absolument inoubliable et exceptionnel. Alors restez avec nous pour la célébrer comme il se doit avec tous les autres médaillés pour nos 4 podiums qui nous attendent. Restons ensemble, profitons encore de ce bon moment, surtout que nous allons avoir de la très bonne musique encore pour patienter. Alors restez avec nous.
Yes, and we're going to have all of our victory ceremonies in just a few minutes to keep us entertained. While we wait, we're going to hand over to the main man, the music maker, the DJ extraordinaire.
Absolutely.
DJ Kjaer.
Come on, DJ set now. It's time, it's time.
Comme Zinedine Zidane face à l'équipe du Brésil. Ce soir tout me sourit, même Monica Bellucci. J'ai sorti de gros gamins, ce soir je suis près de la vie. J'ai mis mes plus beaux tissus, à peine des paparazzi. Ce soir je suis intouchable, je danse comme au marché.
Je suis chaud.
Je sors le salut, même Michael Jackson me dit merci. Le DJ me fait une passe et boum dans la lucarne. Sors de la piste, fais une grande écart de bandage. Je sens que je vais briller. Ce soir je marche sur l'eau. J'ai l'impression de planer. Regardez d'ailleurs. Si tu me poses un peu, si tu me parles un peu.
Let's all bounce, 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 bounce.
Je suis en feu, je suis en feu, je suis en feu. Vraiment ce soir je suis en feu, je suis en feu, je suis en feu. Vraiment ce soir je suis en feu, je suis en feu. Vraiment ce soir je suis en feu, je suis en feu.
I'm going to name the flags I see.
Pourquoi ne pas nous remontrer à nouveau tous vos magnifiques drapeaux? Come on, come on. Sortons tous les drapeaux ensemble. On se prépare à une grande et belle cérémonie pour fêter tous les champions. Alors sortons tous les drapeaux. Maintenant.
More and more France, wave those flags, keep it bouncing.
Docteur, je suis désolé. Oui, je suis fou. Ma folie, c'est ma liberté. Je n'ai pas du tout.
Nice hat, nice hat.
Je n'ai pas
Lorsque vous êtes à l'écran, on vous voit danser. On veut vous voir danser dans nos écrans géants, tout le monde. Waouh, le beau bisou. Et tu danses. Comment?
Je me sens les croix. Moi, je suis pas comme ça. Docteur, je me reconnais.
maybe some karaoke. Everybody sing your hearts out as loud as you can.
Nous chantons tous ensemble karaoké ce soir au Grand Palais. Oh, oh. Go, go.
Mexico.
Nepal.
Will you please make some noise for the best DJ in the Grand Palais, DJ Palais.
Du bruit pour DJ Thailand. La cérémonie des vainqueurs de l'épreuve de la catégorie K44, messieurs de moins de 63 kilos.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the medal ceremony for the under 63 kilograms is coming up.
Minus 63 kilo contest.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome your medalists.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Mr. Hide Isaka, vice-président de World Taekwondo.
World Taekwondo Vice President. Accompanied by
Monsieur Quentin Gessel, maire de Dugny.
Mayor of Dugny.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant l'Italie et représentant le Maroc.
Bronze medalists representing Italy, Antonino Bossolo And representing Morocco, Adouich.
Antonino Bossolo from Palermo in Sicily wins a bronze medal for Italy. And Adouich from Morocco, from the town of Mekines, wins a bronze medal for his nation. Antonino Bossolo wins the bronze medal in the under 63 kilogram category in para Taekwondo. And Adouich, a bronze medalist in the under 63 kilogram category also.
Silver medalist representing Mongolia, Bolo
Gambat, who so often left things to the very last seconds to win matches, such as his semi-final, and then in the gold medal contest, taking things all the way to a golden round, where the first person to score 2 points wins. And it was only at that point was his gold medal hopes extinguished. Bolo Gambat for Mongolia, the silver medalist in the under 63 kilogram category.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique représentant la Turquie.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Turkey,
Mahmut Bozteke from Turkey. After a bronze medal 3 years ago in Tokyo, he wins the gold medal in Paris. Mahmut Bozteke, the Paralympic champion at under 63 kilograms.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la Turquie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Turkey.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
The medalist in the under 63 kilogram category, Adouich of Morocco, Antonino Bossolo of Italy, Bolu Gambat of Mongolia, and Mahmut Bozteke of Turkey.
Dans quelques instants seulement, notre deuxième cérémonie de remise des médailles. On enchaîne, préparez-vous, dans quelques instants.
So we are around about 60 seconds, 1 minute until we bring out our next victory ceremony. Do stay if you can, keep the noise loud, keep it proud, and show us exactly why the Grand Palais is the best venue at the Paralympics here in Paris 2024.
Moins de 60 secondes, beaucoup moins même maintenant, avant le prochain podium. Il faut que l'on conserve cette ambiance magnifique ici au Grand Palais, de cette ambiance exceptionnelle. Continuons à faire la fête, à nous amuser, et on se retrouve pour le prochain podium dans quelques secondes.
As you can imagine, with such important things about to happen, we have to make sure that all the right bits are done, everybody is ready, paperwork is signed, and I know we are seconds away. I'm sat next to a lady ready to give me the thumbs up that we can announce and bring out our next victory ceremony. It's almost here.
La cérémonie des vainqueurs de l'épreuve de la catégorie K44.
The medal ceremony for the women's under 57 kilogram category coming up now.
The victory ceremony for the women's K44 minus 57 kilogram contest.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome your medalists.
The gold medal in this weight class won by the People's Republic of China's Li Yuji.
Les médailles seront remises par...
The medals will be presented by
Mr. Seo Kim-kong, secrétaire général de World Taekwondo.
World Taekwondo Secretary General. Accompanied by
Mrs. Margaret Binga, membre du conseil d'administration de World Taekwondo.
World Taekwondo Council member.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant le Brésil et représentant le Népal.
Bronze medalists representing Brazil, Silvana Mariara Cardoso Fernandes, and representing Nepal, Palais Goverdhan.
Silvana Fernandes of Brazil wins a second Paralympic bronze medal in her career after Tokyo. She takes another in Paris. And a first ever Paralympic medal for Nepal, won by Palais Goverdhan. Silvana Fernandes, a bronze medalist in the under 57 kilogram category, Paris 2024. And Palais Goverdhan, the bronze medalist for Nepal in the women's under 57 kilograms.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant la Turquie.
Silver medalist representing Turkey, Gkentzou.
Gamze Girdle, a silver medalist for Turkey. Gamze Girdle, the silver medalist at under 57 kilograms.
Médaillée d'or et championne paralympique représentant la République populaire de Chine.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing People's Republic of China, Li Yuji.
About the only full step that she made all day. A convincingly thorough and hard-earned gold medal for Li Yuji of the People's Republic of China. Li Yuji, the Paralympic champion in the women's under 57 kilogram category at Paris 2024.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la République populaire de Chine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of People's Republic of China.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
The medalist in the women's under 57 kilogram category, Nepal's Palais Goverdhan with the bronze medal. Brazil's Silvana Fernandes with the bronze medal. Turkey's Gamze Girdle with the silver medal. And the People's Republic of China's Li Yuji with the gold medal.
Mesdames et messieurs, votre attention pour vous rappeler de la fermeture de la ligne de RER-C au plus tard à 23h56. Ladies and gentlemen, pay attention that the train line RER-C is closing at 56 by 20 after 23. Mais notre prochaine cérémonie arrive très vite, alors restez bien avec nous. Surtout, restez avec nous pour la troisième remise des récompenses de la soirée.
Who needs the train when you can walk home high on the energy of the Paralympics? Because we have two more victory ceremonies on the way.
Et nous rentrerons à pied s'il le faut. We'll go back by foot. petites minutes seulement de patience, 2 petites minutes pour que DJ Kjaer nous fasse plaisir encore une fois. Ok? Why not?
Next medal ceremony will feature Paralympians from Mexico, Argentina, Turkey and Azerbaijan. And then our last ceremony, well, I guess some of you are here for that because that will feature countries such as Greece, Denmark, France and Brazil.
Tous ces pays qui vont être mis à l'honneur pour nos 2 nouvelles cérémonies de remise des médailles. Alors d'où que vous veniez, restez avec nous et préparez-vous à brandir vos drapeaux en l'honneur de vos athlètes. Messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs de l'épreuve de la catégorie messieurs de moins de 70 kilos.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's K44 minus 70 kilogram contest.
At under 70 kilograms now, the victory ceremony.
Please welcome the medalists.
The gold medal won by Azerbaijan's Imadine Khalilov after winning the World Championships, then the European Championships, now the Paralympic title to go with it.
Les médailles seront remises par...
The medals will be presented by...
Mr. Metin Sahib, membre du conseil d'administration de World Taekwondo.
World Taekwondo Council member.
Accompagné par...
Accompanied by...
Mr. Kim In-seon, membre du conseil d'administration de World Taekwondo.
World Taekwondo Council member.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant l'Argentine et représentant le Mexique.
Bronze medalists representing Argentina, Juan Eduardo Samorano, and representing Mexico, Juan Diego Garcia Lopez.
Juan Eduardo Samorano of Argentina. At 42 years of age, the bronze medalist. And next to him from Mexico, Juan Diego Garcia, the bronze medalist, likewise. Juan Samorano, at under 70 kilograms, a bronze medalist. And Juan Diego Garcia, at under 70 kilograms as well for Mexico, a bronze medal.
Représentant la Turquie.
Silver medalist representing Turkey, Fatih Çelik.
For Fatih Çelik of Turkey, the silver medal. Fatih Çelik of Turkey, the silver medalist in the under 70 kilogram category.
Champion paralympique représentant l'Azerbaïdjan.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Azerbaijan, Imamadine Khalilov.
It's a rare feat to tie up the World Championships, your own continental championships, in this case in Europe, and the Paralympic title as well, all at the same time, all for Imamadine Khalilov. Imamadine Khalilov of Azerbaijan, the Paralympic champion at under 70 kilograms.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de l'Azerbaïdjan.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Azerbaijan. gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
The medalists at under 70 kilograms. The bronze medal for Juan Diego Garcia and for Juan Eduardo Samorano. The silver medal for Turkey's Fatih Çelik and the gold medal for Imadine Khalilov of Azerbaijan. The man who said his desire, his drive, all came down to the fact that he wanted to hear the Azerbaijan national anthem in Paris. Set out to achieve it, and in the last few minutes of his life, he's done just that.
Bien entendu, vous ne manquerez pas notre 4e rendez-vous avec la cérémonie de remise des médailles pour honorer ces magnifiques championnes, en particulier cette formidable athlète danoise qui a livré ce soir son dernier match en compétition officielle et qui termine sa fantastique carrière sur une médaille de bronze paralympique après ses multiples titres. Nous allons, pour tout ce qu'elle a offert à sa discipline, à son sport, à ce formidable sport de Taekwondo, nous allons, je crois, avoir beaucoup d'émotions pour l'accueillir pour son dernier podium et pour lui souhaiter longue vie et de belles choses dans ses futures aventures. Et puis bien évidemment, nous allons aussi célébrer la magnifique médaille d'argent glanée par notre représentante française. Elles ont rendez-vous toutes les deux avec les autres médaillés, bien entendu, pour ce qui va être le plus beau moment, certainement, de ce moment de cérémonie. Encore quelques secondes de patience et nous serons prêts.
I think what Eddie was saying was that we have one more ceremony to come your way, and it will be just a minute or so until we have our Paralympians out here, including one of our bronze medalists from Greece, another from Denmark. As she takes to the podium for the last time in her career, and what a career it has been for Lisa Kjaer. And what a great way to finish her career as a Paralympian in this beautiful venue. We'll also have a certain Paralympian from France to collect the silver medal, and of course a gold for Brazil, all to come your way in just a few moments.
La cérémonie des vainqueurs de l'épreuve dans la catégorie K44 féminine.
The victory ceremony coming up now at under 65 kilograms.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's K44 minus 65 kilogram contest.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome your medalists.
The French hope, Jelika Diallo, ended up with a silver medal. The gold medal won by Carolina Silva de Moida. What a category, so many contenders. So many wonderful fights as well.
The medals will be presented by
Mr. John Peterson, membre du conseil d'administration du Comité international paralympique.
governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee. Accompanied by
Mr. Jean-Marie Kjaer, membre du conseil d'administration de World Taekwondo.
World Taekwondo Council member.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant le Danemark et représentant la Grèce.
Bronze medalists representing Denmark, Lisa Kjaer, and representing Greece, Gkentzou.
In her last ever Taekwondo competition, Lisa Kjaer of Denmark wins a Paralympic bronze medal. She was the gold medalist 3 years ago in Tokyo. And she goes out with a significant slice of Taekwondo history. When the games were in Paris, Lisa Kjaer won the bronze medal. She won it at 46 years of age, and alongside her, someone who is just starting out in her career, less than 2 years into it in para taekwondo, Gkentzou. But Lisa Kjaer of Denmark with the bronze medal, and Gkentzou of Greece with the bronze medal.
Médaillé d'argent représentant la France.
Silver medalist representing France,
Diallo.
Diallo wins the silver medal for France. Just 19 years of age. She's from Paris. And what a super day she put together. It's a super silver for Diallo. Diallo with the silver medal for France.
Médaillée d'or et championne paralympique représentant le Brésil.
gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Brazil, Ana Carolina Silva de Moura.
The reigning world champion becomes the new Paralympic champion. Carolina Silva de Moura of Brazil with the gold medal. Carolina Silva de Moura, the gold medalist in the women's under 65 kilogram category.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne du Brésil.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Brazil.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
The medalist in the women's under 65 kilogram category, Christina Gkentzou of Greece, Lisa Kjaer of Denmark, Jalika Diallo of France, and Carolina Silva de Moira of Brazil. That's the end of day 2 in Para Taekwondo at Paris 2024. The victory ceremony's completed, but we'll be back with day 3 tomorrow. The action has been brilliant once again. Thank you very much for your company. 4 gold medals hung around the necks of 4 worthy winners: Brazil, China, Mongolia, and Azerbaijan. And what a full reminder of the scenes we've seen today in the Grand Palais. It's been wonderful to have your company along for it, and we very much hope to have your continued attention across the course of the Games. But from the Grand Palais tonight, thank you very much for joining us, and we will see you soon.